Hey, everybody. So, these weekends where we go a little bit deeper on a particular area, a particular system. And yes, I go through a lecture, but it's also open up to Q&A and just problem solving on your guys' end and helping you utilize oils and herbs and things like that to help with these particular issues. And so one of the things that I wanted to start with right off the bat is I had a couple of emails this week before we got started wanting to address like sleep issues, but also sleep issues that are complicated by digestive issues. And so right off the bat, let's go through and do that. And then I'll open up to Q&A and then I'll lecture and, all of the above. So when you're dealing with sleep issues, you're basically, there's some sort of sleep issue, sleep disorder, which is actually causing you to not be able to sleep. But here we're looking at it as it impacts the digestive tract. And in that arena, the issue is usually not being able to be in rest and repair mode. Right. And so it starts to be a little bit of an imbalance with the autonomic nervous system, which is the involuntary part of the nervous system. And so with this, we're in a little bit of activity. We have like up, is the best way to say. And in that, it can cause issues, when the fight flight aspect, or also known as the sympathetic part of your nervous system, is a little wound up. If you're getting ready to fight or run, part of what the body does is it starts emptying out the bladder and emptying out the bowels so that you can run faster or be able to fight better because you don't have all that in your gut. And so basically when the parasympathetic action, like the rest and repair mode, loses tone, like these two parts of the nervous system balance each other. So they both need a certain degree of tone. And when that area loses tone, the tendency is to be nauseous, to have a little bit of loose bowel movement, a little diarrhea, and extreme can even be like vomiting and things like this, but also just not restful sleep. And so in this area, one of the things that I like to use here, there's two oils, but I usually go for one or the other. You could also mix them up, but one is marjoram. And marjoram is used to treat sleep issues. Marjoram can be used to try to minimize insomnia. But the reason why marjoram works so well here is it literally pulls the body out of fight flight and diminishes the tone in the sympathetic part of the nervous system and increases tone in the parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair. So it is literally pulling you out of the thing that is causing you to have the nausea, the diarrhea, the vomiting, or the potential for that, and pulls you into a place where you can do a little bit more deeper rest and repair. And rest and repair also is tied to digestion or like feeding. And so with that, marjoram is a really super solid choice. You can take a few drops internally. I would definitely inhale it quite a bit. And you could even put several drops on the wrist or several drops on the soles of the feet just to relax the body. Marjoram's a very good antispasmodic, very good for relaxing the body. It's very soothing. It's activating to the heart. It should help you get at least better quality sleep and maybe fall asleep a little bit better. And one of the things that I have them do is a couple drops in water and take it, but then lay down in bed and just keep inhaling until you start to feel relaxed and start to feel like you can fall asleep. Now, the other oil you can do that with is tarragon. Tarragon is also very toning to the parasympathetic part of the nervous system and helps bring tone. It's very relaxing. It's very soothing, especially if you've had like an emotional day. Tarragon can be very helpful with that. Tarragon is something we'll be talking about a decent amount this weekend. It's very good for rehabbing a stress-plagued digestive tract. When there's digestive issues, even when there's nausea and like irritated bowels, like inhaling tarragon or taking a few drops of tarragon internally can be very, very helpful. Can soothe down the nausea and things like that. And it also is very good for calming down stress and emotions. And because of its fortifying effect on the parasympathetic nervous system, it is also good for helping you to fall asleep. So again, a couple drops in water, and then at the same time, I'd also do inhalation. And inhalation is important just because you're getting some of the molecules just to all the different parts of the body. Like as you inhale, the molecules are hitting your respiratory tract through the send, and then blood passes through the lung tissue and respiratory tract, and then disperses it through the rest of the body via blood supply. And so it's a really great delivery system. And the use of scent also helps you to shift or change behavior. So it helps you to shift out of being super wound up during the day and shift into winding down and being able to go to sleep. So anyway, so that answered those couple emails, and they were similar, not exact, but similar, but I think that answers them. But let's go ahead and open up to your questions, and let's go from there. And if not, I have things that we can lecture about.
And before I call on you and you guys type into chat, I do have the workbook PDF. I'm about to email it to everybody, but I'm going to post it here in the chat again, so you guys can grab that workbook PDF. And then go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
And then Kathy. I thought I made it so you guys could unmute yourself. Let me just double check here.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Hey, this is really great. I know what I'll be ordering right away. Extra supply.
Right. Wait, so which one are you going to get? Like, what are you getting? I'm just curious.
Well, marjoram is a staple for me. And I love, you gave me a little bit extra information. You said, put it on the wrists, the soles of the feet. And I always do, I don't always do internal, but I always inhale. And I always put it on the spine.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So it's that doesn't really play into the digestive stuff, but putting it on the spine, it will help the spine self-correct and loosen up the spinal muscles. And I mean, marjoram's amazing. Marjoram's amazing, and it's cheap. Like you gotta love that. Like it's a workhorse.
I do love it. And thank you for making such a great grade available to us. So I did have a question. You said that marjoram and tarragon puts you in rest and repair. Mm-hmm. And this is so Michael's son Tristan is having trouble being motivated and getting out and being productive. So I'm wondering if he is not going into rest and repair at night.
Yeah. It's possible. Like sometimes what can happen is that they're not getting very good quality sleep, and so They're a bit fatigued, or they're like stressed during the day. And anytime you see a lot of stress, it starts to shut down body systems, or like at least slow them down, and it can cause procrastination. They don't have quite the get up and go to get up and do things. And so you could approach that a couple of different ways. For one, like, improving quality of sleep is always good, and like, I would say reducing levels of stress. And even though we're talking about the digestive tract, stress impacts the digestive tract quite heavily. And so oils that are helpful to diminishing the kind of stress that we're talking about and improving digestive function and like cognitive function would be like some of those digestive oils, like tarragon would be good, basil would be good, rosemary would be good, even anise would be good. And all of them support digestive function, and all of them also reduce stress levels. I would probably utilize some cinnamon in the morning if he would be up to it, and he could take a couple drops internally, or he could just sit and inhale it in the morning. And the reason being that the cinnamon helps one to be a little bit more outgoing, for one, but it jumpstarts all the body systems. Like, it just makes all the body systems just start functioning better. And so a little bit later in the day, I would use, like tarragon or basil, or, I'd put marjoram in that mix, but it will help to rehab the digestive tract. It will help to reduce the stress in the digestive tract, but just stress in the body. Sometimes if there's a nervous tension associated with all of this, you could use lavender, like as they're getting ready to go to bed, and have them inhale lavender quite a bit. This will reduce the nervous tension that also is impacting the digestive tract. But the reason why I keep saying digestive tract here is the issue being that when you have stress in the digestive tract, that usually manifests as tension, muscular tension in the smooth muscle of the digestive tract. And when you have tension in the smooth muscle, it usually produces anxiety, or it usually will produce like a sleep disturbance. Basically, for you to be able to sleep deeper, you have to relax the muscles, and we think of skeletal muscle, but part of what has to happen is you also have to be able to relax the smooth muscle, the muscle of the respiratory tract, the muscle of the digestive tract, and the urinary tract. And when there is a bunch of tension in there, the byproduct is it causes sleep disturbances. And so, one of the ways to look is, are they having anxiety? Are they having a hard time falling asleep? Are they not sleeping well? These kinds of things. And so all these oils would address that. One that you could also put in the mix is lemongrass, or there's that body tonic, that digestive calm. It's to help relax some of the muscles and things in the digestive tract. And so you could put that on topically as well. It's a little bit heavy on the lemongrass. Like, it's got a bunch of things in it, but it's heavy on the lemongrass. And so the lemongrass also kind of helps maintain some of the autonomic tone. And usually when you go through and you treat the digestive tract like this, and you reduce some of the tension, it usually improves quality of sleep, and it also usually improves like brain function and like cognitive function, like a person's ability to process information. And it can have an impact on reducing like procrastination and things like that. It's usually not the big driving force, but it usually is in the mix, you know, and so, you know, that he's a bit younger, it could play a role. If he was older, I'd say it's probably playing a bigger role, but it's usually a part of like a bigger picture thing. And that he's procrastinating. Is he having any sort of digestive issue that we're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but as you were talking about the marjoram and the tarragon, it occurred to me that he has trouble going to sleep, like he wants to stay up all night. But if he, when you're sleeping a good sleep and you go into rest and repair, you just wake up and want to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't stay in bed.
Right.
That's my experience. And so he's needing something to help him with that. And I wanted to ask you what Theralotion would be good for him to wear, because that might be easier for him to apply. And I think he may take a couple of things internal, but he did request me to check in with you about something that could help him. And I think all this is helpful, but I'm wondering what Theralotion might be good.
I would probably do like a tarragon Theralotion, and my reason being that it's very calming, soothing to the emotions, still very antispasmodic, helps to balance out the autonomic nervous system, especially more of the parasympathetic side. I mean, all those things right there, that should help him fall asleep better, and it should also just make him feel better during the day.
Right. Can he wear the tarragon lotion during the day, or should it just?
No, like he can wear it all the time.
Okay, great. That was, I think that'll be a big part.
Yeah.
And what about would the ANS be better for his digestion, or should I pick one of the anise?
No, ANS would be perfect. ANS is rosemary, verbena, tarragon, and anise all together. And so those, like, it hits all the greatest hits of what we were talking about. And it's good for rehabbing that stress plagued digestive tract. It helps the nerves innervate the area more. It reduces stress in general. There's lots of reasons to use that. And so that would be a perfect combination.
Okay. And for the ANS, does it matter when you take it? Like I've taken it on an empty stomach and that doesn't feel too great, but when I eat and I take it after I eat, that feels better.
Yeah, and whatever feels good to the person. Like some people, it doesn't bother them at all. And if you're a little bit sensitive, do it with food. Yeah.
Okay, that was really helpful. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Kathy.
Hi.
Hey, Kathy.
2 questions. This one only because we're talking about sleep is I have an Aura ring and it measures, your deep sleep, light sleep, and REM sleep. And a lot of times my REM sleep is on the low side. And I don't know how really important that is because I get a fair amount of deep sleep and I don't have sleep issues. And if there's certain oils that address the REM sleep.
There is, and actually, they're very similar. Like with that, I like to use two oils, and one of them is mugwort, and then the other one is artemisia, which is mugwort from a different region. One is the regular mugwort is from Morocco, and then the artemisia is mugwort from Nepal. And even though they're the same plant, they smell somewhat different and they have almost identical properties, except for in the REM, non-REM. And as I say that, let me pull something up here. Because I'll guide you through. Is Letty on?
Mhm.
Letty, will you pull up the thing about REM, non-REM out of the sleep memory class? I don't have it in my notes. Give us just a second here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is REM really important? I mean, they make a big deal of it on the feedback from sleep on the screen.
Yeah, it's like there's certain things that happen in that process, and it just will improve qualities of sleep. And
Is it qualities of your health in general or just mostly?
yeah,
Okay.
health, and also how it's like it's tied to the creative process as well as like how to problem solve, overcome stress, things like that. It can all help with that.
Overcome stress is something I always need.
Everybody needs that. Like, who doesn't need that? You know, I always joke, even monks in a monastery have stress. You know, it's anytime you have a deadline, anytime you need to be doing things, stress is involved.
Hmm.
So when she finds it, how do you want?
Like, post it in there, but tell me what it is, and I'll talk them through it. Like, I can't remember which pattern is which.
In the meantime, do you want me to ask my other question or?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. And
Okay,
then come
and
back.
what's funny is another person posted the same thing. I yesterday got diagnosed with SIBO. And I'm like, oh my God, one more thing for me to focus on. So I want to know, you know, what oils might help that. And this
What is it? What is it?
SIBO's, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, SIBO.
Oh, gotcha.
And with the other question, she said, do you have anything about SIBO? And if so, what oils would accompany food map diet? So that was posted in my
Yeah. So the thing that we usually use for something like that is you have a couple of choices. The strong choice is Pomarosa. Like,
Okay.
it would need to be taken internally, and
Yeah, I actually have that, and I was taking it, I think, for my microbiome in general. So
the other oils that you could rotate through would be thyme, cinnamon, clove, and savory. Even sage can be helpful, but I usually go Pomarosa just because it's well tolerated. But cinnamon and savory are also very potent. They run hot, and so savory is not something you want to take for super long periods of time. You could use it and mix it in. Cinnamon you could use for a long period of time, but again, it does run hot. You'd want to do it in the morning. You could do the cinnamon and the Pomarosa together, but it's not going to be an instant fix. But over a period of time, they diminish the negative bacterias and increase the friendly bacterias. And especially Pomarosa definitely increases the friendly bacteria.
now, how often would I take it and how much?
Daily.
Like more than once a day or just once a day?
You could, but probably once a day is enough. If you're doing cinnamon, I would just do it once a day. Pomarosa, you could do 2 or 3 times a day.
And how many drops in water?
2 to 3 drops. 2 to 3 drops done at least once a day. But if you wanted to do it 2 or 3 times a day, it's still pretty solid.
Okay. Is that enough to take care? I mean, I suppose diet has to go along with it and all that. I mean, I'm not that familiar with it. I just got tested for it. And
I've been able to sometimes treat with no other means, with just the Pomarosa. Sometimes diet does have to be modified a little bit, but the Pomarosa is pretty potent to do a lot of work on its own. So
okay. I mean, I don't know if you're that familiar with it. I have no clue how dangerous it is, or if untreated, what.
It just will continue to cause problems and eventually causes other health issues as time goes by. So like I just say, like, nip it in the bud right now and keep on top of it so that it doesn't start causing other health issues.
Okay. So I see something posted about REM now.
Yeah, so Letty posted the non-REM, you use the mugwort, and then it's the back head, forehead,
Okay.
back heart, front heart.
And then
And
the
then-
Artemisia is the heart, forehead, back head.
Actually, it's showing the same pattern.
Same
It's
pattern.
showing still back head, forehead, back heart, front heart.
Okay, so it's all parasympathetic pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we're posting this pattern, and the play is in the early days, I would just have people go back and forth with inhaling the mugwort and the Artemisia. But here we are using the pattern, which is back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. Couldn't remember if we switched patterns or if we use the same pattern, but here it's showing the same pattern.
Yeah, both of them.
And so that pattern itself also is helping with parasympathetic activity. Anytime you do back head, forehead, back heart, front heart in that order, it actually helps to stimulate parasympathetic activity. And so by going back and forth with the mugwort and the Artemisia, this helps to stimulate REM and then non-REM, and then REM and then non-REM. And mugwort's the non-REM.
Mugwort is the non.
Yeah.
Meaning that you want more of it, or if you don't have enough of it.
You want them both to balance out. You're actually stimulating both processes so that you are balancing out this mechanism. And so you want to do both. Like you want to go mugwort and then Artemisia, and then mugwort and then Artemisia. It doesn't matter which one you start with or end with. You're just wanting to go back and forth. And we've had people that have the Fitbits, like kind of like your ring.
Mhm.
And by going through and doing this, their REM time increased substantially by going through and doing this.
Now, would it be
process.
right before bed? You would do this, both of them back? and
Actually, it
forth?
doesn't matter when you do it.
Oh,
You could do it right before bed because it will probably make you a little sleepy. But I think one person we had do this, they had a substantial change in their REM, and they were doing it like at lunchtime.
Oh,
Like
okay.
it doesn't matter when you do it. You're shifting something in your body, and it will manifest while you sleep, but it doesn't matter when you do it.
Mhm. And how many times would you do in each center? 'Cause I know sometimes you say repeat it a couple times. before
Yeah,
you-
I would go back and forth with this probably 3 or 4 times each side, 3 or
Okay.
4 times with mugwort, 3 or 4 times with Artemisia. And the important part here is to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Not just doing a whole bunch of one and then a whole bunch of other. Like do it for a couple minutes with the mugwort and then go Artemisia, and then go back to the mugwort and then back to the Artemisia. And then, it doesn't matter which one you end with or which you start with. The important part is just going back and forth.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then you guys feel free to continue to raise your hand in the chat, unmute yourself in the chat, and then I'm also gonna go through these questions here that you all have posted, so. Let me scroll here. Yeah. Can tarragon help with emotional ups and downs of pregnant women?
Yeah. Yeah, with pregnancy, it's a whole different ball of wax. And just because you have the pregnant, the child there, and then you have hormonal issues with the ups and downs, inhaling tarragon should help a little bit. I would actually go. I would probably go like either Roman chamomile for that, because you want something that's also going to be good for the baby. My go-to thing would probably be Melissa, but it's also a little bit pricey. You could get away with getting a little tiny bottle of it and doing it that way, but Melissa is very soothing to the nerves. It's very calming. It's one of the best things, like when a person's getting agitated, upset, especially anger. It can calm all that down. But being so fortifying to the nerves is very helpful, and it's very stimulating to the heart. And the rule of thumb for a pregnant woman is you just want to keep them always like in a place of sense of well-being, happy, because these things are getting imprinted on the child. And so like you just try to keep them in a good, nice, happy place. And so Melissa is very good for that. Melissa is very good for that. Even lavender or mandarin could be good with this. All of these are good for the child and good for the mom. And so that's where I'd probably go with that.
Great. Can gluten allergic reaction cause lots of runny nose and sneezing and excess mucus? If so, what is a good treatment?
Yeah, so a lot of times when you're dealing with gluten sensitivities, you're dealing with poor innervation to the gut. You're dealing with poor lymphatic movement in the gut, and you could say that the gut is like stress plagued. Like, even if you're not emotionally stressed out, the body is going through a lot of physical stress. And so you want to go through and treat all of the above. So right off the bat, things like ANS support help the nerves to function better in the gut. The ANS support will reduce some of the stress in the gut and kind of be really good for rehabbing a stressed out digestive tract. And keep in mind, when I say stressed out, it could be a lot of physiological stresses, not necessarily psychological stresses, although psychological stresses do manifest in the gut. So emotionally, mentally, you might be feeling fine, but the body is going through a lot of stress states and would manifest as those kinds of issues. And so you could almost even say like gluten sensitivity could almost be treated like an allergy. And so whenever you're dealing with dysfunction in the gut, it's usually a big disturbance in the autonomic nervous system. I mean, you're going to be hearing me say autonomic all weekend. It's the involuntary part of the nervous system, and usually that part of the nervous system is impacted whenever there's a digestive issue present. And so the rosemary helps to balance things out. It reduces the stress. The tarragon in that blend also reduces stress and balances out the parasympathetic part, which is the rest and repair mode. Anise or anise, however you want to say it, very good for reducing stress in the digestive tract and very balancing to the autonomic nervous system. And so this combination is very good for reestablishing proper nerve function in the gut. And so whenever you're concerned about something like this, a lot of times sinus issues or respiratory tract issues can be a manifestation of stress from the gut moving up into the sinuses. Even if you look at it energetically, it's stress in the solar plexus moving up to the ajna. And so whenever you have a lot of weird sinus issues, there's a lot of excess red prana in the respiratory tract. And so that is usually a byproduct of stress. And so going through and treating the gut, like with that, and then also with lymphatic movement. And I have two things that we can talk about with that. If you go all the way to I don't think I put it in there. Oh, intestinal detoxification. There we are. It's on page 22 and it's number 4. And so you can use some of this, or you could do the blend of this, but you know, I laid out the ingredients so that if you guys wanted to make it on your own, you could do it. But this combination stimulates lymphatic movement on the inside. You know, we have the digestive lymph topically that you can apply topically. That is very helpful. This is something that you can add to that and help move the lymph. So the bay laurel always tones the lymphatic function, the lymphatic movement. It also helps to deeply unwind impacted lymph nodes. And so sometimes when we're having digestive issues, so the very first thing you look at is neurological innervation, like how much the nerves are functioning properly. The next thing you'll go through and you look at is how much are the lymph nodes impacted in the gut. It could be through various foods, allergies, allergic reactions, but also past times that you've gotten sick have potentially left the lymph nodes impacted, or if there's been inflammation in the gut, have left the lymph nodes impacted. And so that means that your body's not able to detoxify very well. And just any sort of little level of toxicity throws the gut into like a crisis mode, or it's always in crisis mode. And so the rosemary verbena helps with the lymphatic function as well. Thyme helps with movement in the lymphatic function, and the coriander has a gentle detoxifying effect. So they all have like a detoxifying effect. They all hit different aspects of the lymphatic system. You know, I used to make this blend a long time ago, and then I stopped. And so I don't know that we've put it up before. I don't even know that it's on right now. I think I just give it to people when they reach out. But we can put this actually up on the site, but you can also make it if you have these oils: the bay laurel, coriander, rosemary verbena, and thymol is red thyme, like red thyme.
For the EMS support, what would the application be?
EMS support would be internal, like 2 to 3 drops internally.
And then the bay laurel application?
Oh, for this, again, internal. Yeah.
And the other ones you just mentioned, the rosemary, verbena, thyme, coriander?
Yeah, those are all blended together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They would be better blended together. If you're just going to do one, probably the bay laurel, maybe the rosemary verbena, but I'd either do them together or at least the bay laurel.
And we'll get back to your, oh, go ahead.
But by doing that combination with the ANS and this, a lot of times it will reduce the gluten sensitivity. Sometimes other things need to be done, so you just problem solve, you know, as you treat it. But this should help reduce the issues with the sinuses. It's not going to do it overnight. Like it takes a while. And you know, you look at gluten, but you can also look at basically milk products as well. Like, are you having reactions after you've eaten like cheese, or you know, drink half and half in your coffee or whatever? And you know, sometimes just taking a little break from it doesn't mean forever, but just like maybe a couple weeks of just reducing the milk-based products will kind of change it with this treatment. Like if you go through and you keep treating it, you'll notice that like, okay, they're all doing better. I can start easing the milk products back in. And then as long as you're not having a reaction, you're pretty solid. So.
And as far as making the blend, would it be a 1:1:1:1?
For you guys, I would do probably just 1 drop of each. Yeah.
And then we will continue, guys, as well, to go through this chat. But I do jump over here and answer the hand raised first. So go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Morning, Greg.
Hey.
Artemisia, if I don't happen to have that, what would be a number 2 choice for the REM sleep?
From the sleep class, there
Mhm.
were a couple other choices. Let me see if I can find that for you. Or Letty probably could do it even faster. I had it up earlier. For the Artemisia substitute,
Yeah,
he has acacia, blue lotus, or third ventricle.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we could have you use there. So that's REM. Yeah, boy. Nothing's really jumping into my head about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
But you might have it in some of the older classes that like in a little bottle or something.
Yeah. I'll check out my little bottle selection, see what I got.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're so.
Yeah, your little bottles might even have one of the fancy ones.
Yeah, that's true.
And then go ahead, Sandra.
Greg,
Hey.
hi. Instead of taking oils and water internally, would it be just as effective to put them in a capsule in, say, olive oil or something?
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
That used to be how I used to take it exclusively, but it's always hard to kind of keep that little bottle of oil and capsules around, but great way to do it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Kathy.
So as you're talking, it's like ANS is the one I need like a lot for all kinds of reasons. So would I, and you said take it internally, would I do that once a day or a couple times a day or before bed?
At least once a day, but I like if you're going to do it, I'd do it 2 or 3 times a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you're talking about the sinuses and stuff, I am gluten-free, dairy-free for quite some time because I have sensitivities to all those. But I still get, and I breathe through my nose fine. I'm not stuffed, but I have that kind of nasal drip or whatever they call it. And I'm always kind of wanting to blow my nose, even though I'm not stuffed up. So what is that and what to do about it?
Yeah, I mean, that still could be digestive issues. So I do the ANS support and see how that treats you. But like sometimes what I do with that is Angelica internally. And the thing with Angelica is it's very fortifying to the spleen. And it, for whatever reason, will turn off the runny nose.
Okay.
And so you a lot of times don't even have to take it more than a couple of days. Like it's pretty quick. And so I'd say 2-3 drops, maybe twice a day. Will also help you with sleep, so you could do it right before sleep. But I do that, and within a few days it should calm down.
So as soon as I see it kind of go away, quit it. And then if it comes back, start it up.
Yeah, my rule of thumb is like as soon as I see it go away, I still treat it for another day. And then after that, usually forget about it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You might need to tone it up, you know, because it could be tied to allergies. But I mean, the issue being that if the gut's not functioning properly, it does throw off the respiratory tract quite substantially. And so I would look to more of the gut, you know, especially since you have some food sensitivities and things like that. You know, there's usually like poor innervation. And like when I say poor innervation, it's a lot of times it's like how like when you sit on your foot and your foot goes to sleep. That can happen with your gut, and you just don't know it. Like, you know, you don't feel the same way like your body feels. And so the innervation to the gut can be really like kind of poor, and it's causing the digestive issues that then start to manifest as other health issues. And so digestive stuff, you know, we think of it as it just being like, oh, when I eat food, this is what happens, or I'm a little constipated, or, you know, I have a little pain or something like that. But it can play a role in a lot of other things, especially things to do with the brain and the cognitive functions and memory and things like that. And so, like treating it with that ANS support. ANS support is a really good tonic. Like it's good for treatment, and it's a good like toning set of oils. It reduces stress. It improves the nerve function. It's soothing to the gut. It's balancing out to the nervous system. You know, even diminishes the stress and some of the lower emotions. I mean, it's a good, solid, well-rounded blend that you could just use for a very long time. And so very good for rehabbing a stress-plagued digestive tract, you know, especially when it's not functioning quite like it should. It can help with like the rehab process. You know, sometimes we do like what we're talking about, the intestinal detoxification along with it, but the ANS support by itself is really super solid. You know,
Oh, it sounds wonderful.
yeah, like it's that combination is like an old medical aromatherapy, which is in France, is done by physicians. It was an old formula that they had just used through the ages. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's a blend that just kind of everybody has used for so long. Like, I don't even know, like anybody knows where it originated, but it's just a go-to digestive blend. Like it is so good on so many levels, and it's very simple. Like it's not complicated. The use isn't complicated. It's just real super straightforward. And man, you could use that for the rest of your life and it would be solid.
I'm convinced. Thanks.
Back to the internal detox that you were talking about still. Is the time red time or time thymol?
No, there's a thionol. It's the red time. The red time.
And what if you have an autoimmune issue?
You would substitute time. You can still take the time. You would just have to do smaller dosages, but you would you could substitute that for Moroccan time. It shouldn't be that strong of a thing, but if you're just wanting to be safe, you can substitute the thymol with Moroccan time. And we can do that for you too if you just let us know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I put in the thing if we don't actually have that blend on the website, but if they want it, they can email us as well. And so if you have an autoimmune thing,
Yeah,
you could
we
email
can,
specific for that as well. I'm gonna go back to the chat questions and we'll keep rolling here. I see some that are ANS questions and things, but let's do this. So you already answered a little bit about the SIBO, and they're wondering what oils would be good to accompany the FODMAP diet. I don't know if you're familiar, FOD and MAP diet. Okay.
What's the diet for?
It was for the SIBO, I'm guessing, but yeah, if you want to.
Oh, then I would just stick with the same oils that we talked about. The Pomarosa, the cinnamon, the savory. Yeah, I like Pomarosa because it doesn't run hot. All the other oils are relatively, have some heat to them. So usually when we talk about that with people, there was a study done that Pomarosa decreased the negative bacteria in the gut and increased the friendly bacteria in the gut when used daily internally. And it just kind of verified the things that we already kind of knew, but from clinical application. But the study basically reinforced what it was doing. And so over a period of time, it should change that.
Can tarragon be diffused at night before or during sleep?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Should be soothing and deepening the sleep cycles. And if there's emotion or things from the day or stress, it would help to diminish that. And so, yeah.
Would large intestinal candida overgrowth be the same protocol as the SIBO?
With that, there's times where you can take a little bit of tea tree internally. I tend to like to go with cinnamon internal for a candida overgrowth. And the cinnamon helps to jumpstart all the body systems. It helps with the movement of the digestive tract, known as peristalsis. It helps to basically re-educate the muscle movement in the digestive tract, and then it's good for any sort of infectious kind of disease and things like this. But here with candida, cinnamon can be quite good for those kinds of issues. I don't even know if I have candida on there. Yeah, I did. Savory. Yeah, see here I have savory. Cinnamon would also work. Savory and cinnamon are very similar. Savory is actually a bit like oregano. And so you could rotate the cinnamon and the savory. And it, again, has to be internal, but it usually will eradicate the candida just without even having to do a lot of other things. I've seen really serious overgrowths happen, and being able to go through and treat it like this, reduces the symptoms and brings relief kind of quickly.
Cinnamon leaf preferred or cinnamon bark?
Leaf. Yeah. I mean, I'd actually go in my notes here where it says savory or tea tree, like cinnamon works, but savory would probably work a little bit better. I would actually probably go savory. Savory is not very big in the US. It's a very big European oil that how we would use how we use Monarda for super antiviral, the go-to thing for anything pandemic oriented, anything cold and flu oriented in Europe. Savory is a go-to thing like that. And so overgrowth like this, the savory is pretty solid. It's, if you smelled it, it would smell very similar to oregano, but it has some different properties than oregano does.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
I can't quite hear you. It's really muffled. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll write it in. Okay, I'll write it in. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, no,
iPad. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
it's just so muffled. Yeah, sorry. Really quick, I didn't see this, but on that last question, would you alternate with savory internally with the cinnamon, or would you just?
Yeah, you could, I would probably just do savory, but you could rotate them. Cinnamon and savory go really well together. And so rotating them would be a pretty strong approach. I'd probably go, like my rule of thumb is use savory for 2 or 3 weeks and then take a little bit of a break. And when you take the break, you could switch over to the cinnamon. So I would do that. Like go 2 or 3 weeks savory and then maybe a week or 2 on cinnamon. A lot of times you don't have to treat for a super long period of time, so that might be enough, but you might need to tune it up from time to time. And so especially if you're predisposed to like a candida overgrowth, I would just from time to time, like every quarter or something, even if you're not having an overgrowth, I would go through and just treat it as if, just to prophylactically kind of go through and treat it. And then keep it at bay that way. And then if it pops up before then you go through and treat it. But just until everything's really nice and regulated, I'd say get it under control, and then every 2 to 3 months do like a week of treatment, just to keep everything at bay.
Are there protocols for intestinal parasites? If so, would you need to know what kind of parasite, or is there a way to hit them all?
It's a way to hit them all. And so knowing what kind for us doesn't really help a whole lot. Treatment's usually the same. And I'm looking up right now. On page 15, number 101 is a thing for parasites. And traditionally herbally, you would use wormwood and sometimes wormwood with clove, or wormwood, clove, and black walnut. The herb, wormwood works good for this. Do not use the essential oil wormwood internally because of its concentration. It can actually become toxic when you take it internally. So if you're going to use the herb, wormwood, use the herb like in capsule form. But here, like clove by itself would work very well. Savory that we were just talking about, oregano, cinnamon. One that's a little bit of a sleeper here that you wouldn't really think of is cajuput or cajuput, which is in the like tea tree family, and it's actually quite good for parasites as well. And so probably my go-to one here would be cinnamon or savory. Clove would actually work as well, but the cinnamon, I don't know if you're having diarrhea associated with this, but the cinnamon is really good for knocking out the diarrhea, reestablishing healthy movement in the bowel, the rhythm for the digestive tract known as peristalsis. Very good when treated with cinnamon. Like it really helps to reestablish that particular pattern. And helps get rid of the parasites. And so you could rotate through all of these, but bergamot does have an impact, but it works. It takes a lot longer for it to work. But if the reason that I put it there is like if you have sensitivity to things that are hotter, cajuput or bergamot would be your go-to things. Cajuput doesn't run that hot. It's very good immune stimulant. It's very good for strengthening the pulse and things like this. But in this particular case, it would be a way to treat it without the heat. Like all the other ones have heat associated with it. And that doesn't matter unless you're just like anything hot, sometimes certain individuals will have reactions to. So you have choices there.
Nice.
All of that has to be internal, by the way. Yeah. A couple of drops in water. You could do it multiple times a day, but definitely a couple of drops in water and then drink it.
What is the difference between digestive calm and intestinal detox?
Digestive calm is for calming down the muscles and things in the digestive tract. So it relaxes the smooth muscle, relaxes the fascia that holds everything in place. It even relaxes a little bit of the diaphragm, which helps to aid lymphatic movement and detoxify the gut. And then the intestinal detox is more specific to just detoxifying those areas. So a lot of times you would use them kind of hand in hand. You know, you would put the digestive calm on topically, and then you would do the intestinal detox internally to deepen the movement of lymph within the body. You know, if you're a little bit dehydrated, lymph slows down. If your breath is shallow and rapid, it slows down. If the diaphragm is tight, it slows down. If you don't have a lot of movement in your body, especially in the legs and calves, it slows down. You know, there's lots of reasons why lymphatic movement would slow down, and so tension in the gut would make it harder for lymph to move through the gut. And a lot of times when we're having digestive issues, the gut is poorly innervated with the nerves, you know, firing in that area, and then the gut is a little bit toxic. And so going through and cleaning up the toxicity, which can be in the mucous membranes, it could just be food is real stagnant. There could be like what you call putrefaction or morbid matter in there. That's just food that's like really super slowly digesting or caught in some area and not moving. So all of this should help that. Yeah.
Can the ANS support be used for someone who has had chemo and radiation and is having a runny nose as he heals?
Yeah. Yeah. The thing with especially the chemo is boy, talk about stress on the body and stress on the symptoms or on the systems. The body is very, very stress plagued. His runny nose or their runny nose could be coming from other issues. A lot of times the body does get pretty run down with all of that. So there's a bit of fatigue. The spleen is depleted. So ANS support would probably be good for rehabbing the digestive tract. I mean, if you think about like when people go through chemo, they like lose their appetite, they lose their even their drive for food. Like, you know, they'll go sometimes days without eating. And all of this is like a stress plagued digestive tract. So that helping, I would actually also treat them for, even if their appetite is good, I would treat them for loss of appetite. And give me a second here. So loss of appetite is on page 2. I would probably use, I mean, tarragon's in there. It's an ANS support. Ginger and fennel I've used in chemo patients, but it was usually more for like nausea and things like that. This is a little bit of a weird one to throw out there. I would probably give them caraway internally. It just it helps to like tone digestion. It helps with digesting the food that they've already eaten. Like it just helps all those processes. You might have to rotate through a couple of different things. So ANS would be good to rehab that digestive tract, and I would probably do caraway. I might even throw cinnamon in the mix, just because the chemo can shut down body processes. I mean, it's so stressful to the body that a little cinnamon just will jumpstart all the body processes. That could be thrown in the mix. Ginger, just because it helps to reduce inflammation and still helps with the digestive tract, but I'd go caraway first. And then the other thing is the spleen being depleted. Angelicas are always fortifying to the spleen and can help with a bit of that runny nose. The Angelica will also help with just toning up the whole body. You know, there's a lot to look at with somebody who's gone through chemo and radiation. You know, also wanting to rehab the liver a little bit. I mean, you could do it with just lemon, but I'd probably go like Greenland moss, or that liver blend, which has a bunch of Greenland moss in it. Just to rehab the effects on the liver itself. The liver gets hit really hard with the chemo and the radiation. Almost all of that has to be internal, by the way.
What's the 4 seeds help with? The 4 seeds blend?
Just general digestion. Like it really helps with just kind of being able to digest your food, proper digestive processes, the assimilation component that you're utilizing the nutrients out of the food. It's just, think of it as like a vitamin for your gut, or like something that's toning for your gut. Doesn't really improve nerve innervation like ANS does, but it's all about just digestion and assimilation.
For constipation, any suggestions?
Constipation, yeah, like constipation has let me find it here. You have the fennel, lemongrass, rosemary, terebinth. A lot of times with constipation, sometimes you can get away with not even taking something internally, just inhaling the lemongrass. A lot of times shifts the nervous system enough to where you are able to go to the bathroom, and so, or at least allows the digestive processes to function properly. Terebinth is another one that I use for this from time to time. You can put a bunch on topically, like on your wrist, and then rub your wrist together like so. But I actually will even have the person take a couple of drops internally, and it will usually help with that. So.
And that is on page 5 of the workbook.
Yeah.
So you guys can see that as well. Can we add cinnamon powder to coffee, and any other suggestions to play around with for a cinnamon?
That will make your coffee feel and taste very nice, but it therapeutically is probably not a big enough dosage. You know, the thing with the cinnamon oil is it's probably the equivalent of a couple bottles of that cinnamon. Just a few drops is probably a couple bottles of your cinnamon spice. And so, I mean, it will help a little bit, but it's not going to help massively. You know, dosage is too low, I guess.
And go ahead, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy.
Hi, sorry, I'm lots of questions.
No, fire away.
I was looking forward to this class because that's all about digestion for me right now. Now, I don't know if you remember, but I'm the person with the face pain.
Yes.
Ongoingly. So I've been looking at inflammation. You know, it goes through different phases. Sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better. So 2 things. I have a supplement that someone prescribed called Hist X. It's for histamine.
Mhm.
So I find when I take that before meals, it seems to help. So I think inflammation is a concern, because recently a new symptom was when I start to eat, I'll feel my heartbeat, like it's almost like hitting the nerve, like a heartbeat for in the beginning. So
Yeah.
it's almost like the blood vessels inflamed or the nerves inflamed, and they're hitting each other, and then it'll kind of subside. So for overall, for inflammation, what would be good?
Digestion. You've been using the ANS support.
No, that's something I haven't. I just haven't
Yeah,
been using it. It's been mine, like,
it makes me
refreshing.
wonder. It makes me wonder if that's not actually a little bit neurological. Like
Okay.
it's increasing the heart rate. So you are feeling the blood, but it's because of increased heart rate. So this is what I would say about that. Like first I would try the ANS support and see if that helped. Inflammation, black cumin can always be good, but like when you're really wanting to hit like some acute inflammation that like that's in the gut or in skeletal muscle, the black cumin is good, but I'd go German chamomile. German chamomile will elevate white blood cell count pretty quickly, and the thing that's interesting about German chamomile is it helps to clean up like metabolic waste from the system, from like bacterial infections, from viral infections, anything of that nature. It just cleans everything up, and it is a super strong anti-inflammatory. And so I would probably do a couple of drops of that in water and drink it and see if that helped. But the other thing is, like, I'd almost treat that as if the gut is having an autonomic response that then starts to hit the heart. And so you could try treating that a couple of different ways. One, tarragon. I'd probably go marjoram with that, where I'd inhale the marjoram quite substantially. And if the heart's getting involved, like things like neroli can be good for that, but a lot of times I go straight for the big gun in this area, which is Melissa. And I would explore those other things first, but if that's not resolving it, then I would actually go to Melissa for that, and it should calm down that response in the heart, in the circulation.
Now, would
And
that be internally as well?
yeah, yeah. I mean, it could be a little tachycardia that happens after the meal.
No, it's in the very beginning when I start to eat, because I have some anti-seizure medicine that I take. And so lately I've been, because the inflammation thing has come up a lot lately, is I'm thinking when I first start to eat, it's like, maybe, like 10 seconds, I'll feel my heart beating, like as if it's stabbing the nerve a little bit, as if it's, where the nerve goes through, as if, because one theory is that the nerve hits the blood vessel and they can do some surgery to put something between it. So that heartbeat is like, all of a sudden it's linked to my heartbeat, and then it goes away, in like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would start with the ANS support and then follow it with a German chamomile. And if that didn't eradicate it, then I'd do the Melissa.
Okay. And same
But
thing.
I would
internally.
substantially do the ANS support and the German chamomile first.
Okay, but Melissa, if I did that, that'd be internally as well, kind of right around that time. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what is the difference between black cumin, black seed, and then 4 seeds?
So 4 seeds is like what is that? Fennel, coriander, caraway, and I think I have to look it up. It's got give me just a sec here. anise, caraway, cardamom, and fennel. So that's more of like a digestive. And then compared to, what was it again?
Black cumin. You hear a lot about black seed, and I don't know the
Black
difference.
cumin
between
and black
cumin
seed.
Black cumin.
They're technically they're two different things, but they're so close, they're so similar that they could be used interchangeably. And so the cumin or the black seed is, you use it more for like the anti-inflammatory effect. It would help digestion a bit, but not like how the seeds, the 4 seeds help with digestion. The 4 seeds is not going to really have an impact on inflammation, but they'll help you like digest your food. Like, you know, they're stimulating to the digestive processes, where the black cumin is more about inflammation, the inflammatory processes.
Great, thank you.
You're so welcome.
I'm just going through the chat here, guys. I just don't want to miss any of your questions here. I have the tarragon and Melissa. How is it best to use for shock and nerves?
You can inhale them, but also a couple drops in water and take it internally. That works best. Like, you know, both would work for shock. I would probably use the tarragon a little bit quicker. Even in times of shock, even just inhaling it will pull you out of the shock. But taking a few drops internally, putting a little bit on the bottom of your feet, that's good. The thing with tarragon is like just putting it on the skin neat. Sometimes it can be a little bit of like cause a little bit itchiness or a little bit of an irritation. So if you go to parts of the body where the skin is thicker or not as sensitive, like the soles of the feet, for example, you could put some on in a neat application without having to put it with lotion or something like that, and gets into your system much quicker. Or you just put a few drops of water and drink it. You know, same would go with Melissa, but for shock, tarragon's your best bet.
And just so everybody does know, because a lot of you just rolled in kind of recent, we are recording this whole weekend for you guys, and we will get the link out probably on Monday. So keep an eye on your inbox for that. And for anything Greg talks about, specifically so far, the intestinal detox, if there's an oil we don't have on the website, email us at Plant Chronic Calendar, remind us to get it up on the website. We'll get it up for you to order.
And I have tons of things in my recipe book that have not been put on the website. So, you know, if you have something, you can always submit, you know, a request for a product or something to be made, and I can just go to my recipe book and see what I have.
And again, because we do have a lot of new students, we are talking about taking oils internal. Can you just kind of give them a little like?
Yeah, so the thing with taking things internal is, you know, the essential oil is a very potent form of the plant. You know, for example, it takes 28 roses to make 1 drop of the essential oil. So usually a drop or 2 is what we would call a casual dosage. And you know, that for most things is usually a good treatment protocol. It's safe, it's straightforward. Do mix it in water and juice, just because sometimes the oil can be a little bit irritating to the gut. If your stomach is a little sensitive, probably take it with food or a little snack of some sort. Now, the issue also being that not all oils are created equally. A lot of things that you get from the health food store are have been manipulated. You know, they're not always completely genuine, or sometimes they're not even genuine at all. So, for example, in the American marketplace, for something to be called pure, only really has to have about 5% of genuine material. A lot of it can be fragrance, and so, or chemicals. You know, there's other ways of adulterating oils. I mean, there's lots of different ways of adulterating oils. Some of it's just watering it down. Some of it is this thing called folding, where you take aspects from different plants and fold it to make a full spectrum. People do that sometimes with like frankincense and things like that. And don't take something from the health food store internally just because it's got chemical, it usually has some chemicals in it that are extenders. And so yeah, I probably wouldn't use that. So only use oils that you know to be genuine, come from a solid source, and are something that could be taken internally. So,
And obviously our plant prana ones are, I just want to make sure everyone was clear on that stuff. We do still have some more questions. I just about this stuff. When you were talking about the treatment for the chemo, was this during or post?
either way. Yeah. So sometimes during, they're already overwhelmed, and so sometimes I don't treat until after the fact. It is really kind of a case by case basis or person by person basis. And so if they're too overwhelmed, I wait till after the chemo's done. If they're still able to do things and not getting overwhelmed and not shutting down, like, you know, with just treatments, you gotta remember, like, the chemo can be very, very overwhelming. And so, like, with that, if they need space, I give them space and treat after the fact. If they can seem like they can handle it during, then I do it during. But most times I usually wait till afterwards, by the way.
And go ahead, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy.
Actually, this is just a little bit of a plug, because for the new students or whatever, is I was led to Greg and Plant Prana through a pranic healer that I use. And I'm so glad, because I've never used any other oils, even olive oils are adulterated, and I order those from special places. So and then Greg's knowledge and Sam's is just a wealth of information in the free study group. So I just want to thank you for all that.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you. I know even olive oil gets adulterated. Like, how crazy is that?
Yeah, I started reading on it, and I get places where I know to order them, and they're not terribly expensive, but when I can count on them being pure, because nowadays they just do all kinds of things to everything. So thank you for being available and for the oils.
Another question. I have never felt hunger, or do I feel full? How can I change this issue?
You never feel hungry, or you never feel full? Like, so if you don't eat for like half a day or something, like, you don't feel hungry, you just.
And you can type in the chat, just and send it over to me. And so he was just checking with you. He was asking, oh yeah, go ahead, Nan.
Hey.
Let's get,
Hi,
Hey.
I don't know how to do this other than can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The only way I know that I need to eat is I feel lightheaded.
You know, what I would do is I would start exploring some things. Like, so what I would start with would be like a digestive, like, stimulant. And so at the bottom of page 6, on number 39, there's a thing that says digestive stimulant. And I would probably go like soft here. Like, I would go like caraway or coriander. You could try nutmeg. I'd probably go caraway or coriander. Even the thing with the 4 seeds, you could do that. I'd even throw fennel into this mix, but like something that's digestive, helps with assimilation. stimulates the digestive processes, but not super over the top. So I would go caraway, coriander, fennel, anise, something along those lines, and see how that treats you.
Thank you.
Application would be taking them internally too, by the way, like a couple drops in water. And it's probably not going to happen like overnight, but even ginger could be thrown in there. But like over a period of time, it just helps like with stimulating the juices in the digestive tract. But there was something I had in here that was even about stimulating digestive juices. Give me just a second here.
Page 9, Rick.
What is it?
Page 9.
9. Yeah, there we go. So with that one, in the past, I've used just the stimulation of gastric juices has been lavender. And lavender in this particular application would actually have to be internal. Like it would be not just a topical or an inhalation, but you would have to put a couple of drops in that way. And the theory being that it reduces like a nervous tension in the gut, and I'm not sure that that's what's going on with you. That's why I'd say I'd start playing with some of the digestives, and then if that's not working, I'd probably try the lavender thing. But I'd start with the things that we talked about: the coriander, the fennel, the caraway. Usually with something like that, fennel or caraway are pretty solid right off the bat choices. And so,
Greg, quick
Thank you.
question. You have a bunch of lavenders on your website. Which one would you suggest for this?
any of the
Out of all
lavenders
your lavenders you have?
Yeah, any of the lavenders would work. The only one that I would not do that with would be spike lavender. It's not a true lavender, and it has a bit of a higher camphor count. And so I would just do Bulgarian or French. I wouldn't make it fancy at all. Like the other ones have more of a perfume quality to them. They have like nicer smells when you start getting into the Provence or the cashmere, and the properties are slightly different. The colored pranas that go along with them are slightly different. I would just keep it really simple and go for like French or Bulgarian. Yeah.
And then it was asked, how much water would you put?
Just whatever makes it comfortable. Like you could do a little shot glass of it. Things that are a little bit more caustic, like lemongrass or cinnamon, I would do like at least 4 to 6 ounces of water.
What does fennel do?
Fennel helps to stimulate a lot of the digestive processes. It has a little bit of a diuretic effect. Has a little bit of an effect on detoxification. Let me see. I have some notes on fennel here somewhere. Let's see here. Yeah. Used for reducing edema. Good for a lot of digestive issues like gas, hiccups, heartburn, constipation. Also insufficient milk when mothers are lactating. Yeah, so.
And what is in the 4 Seeds blend again?
I'll look it up again.
Even though Letty probably already got it.
Anise, caraway, cardamom, and fennel.
Does Greg have anything to break up or stop gallstones?
Yeah, actually, the thing that works for gallstones the best is peppermint. Like you take peppermint internally over a period of time, it breaks up gallstones quite substantially. I've actually been able to prevent several surgeries by treatment with peppermint. You know, it's the menthol and the peppermint will break down the gallstones. I think I even have pine also and nutmeg, but peppermint by far is the quickest results.
It seems like I need all these and feels a little overwhelming. Should I start alternating with ANS, Tarragon?
Yeah, if you're feeling like I got a lot going on, I need everything, I would start small. Like I would start with ANS support. That's always a really super solid one. And I would probably do the Digestive Calm Body Tonic, like topically. It helps to relax the gut. So it makes anything else after that easier to treat. And the ANS is balancing to the nervous system and stimulating some of the processes in the gut. And then from there, you can go, okay, now what are my problems that are jumping out after that? You know, like anything, you could go really crazy about, like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. But I would say start small and be consistent, you know, especially when it comes to the digestive tract. Is, you know, you want to see improvement in function and the effects in the body. You know, you want to reduce some of the symptoms that can potentially happen in other places. Like we talk about things with the respiratory tract, poor memory, cognitive functions, but also like low back pain and even some respiratory issues can actually be resolved by treating the digestive tract. The other thing with the digestive tract is that if it's out of balance, there's usually a skin issue that needs to be addressed. And so if you're having a lot of skin issues, even treating the digestive tract can be very helpful as well. And so if you're like, I need everything, don't get everything. Get the Digestive Calm Body Tonic, apply it topically to the whole abdominal area, and then take ANS support internally, a couple of drops in water, at least 1 to 2 times a day. And then after like maybe 3 or 4 weeks, go, okay, where am I at with this? Like where do I need help? And then from there, it becomes easier to treat. But you relax the gut and the smooth muscle and the connective tissue, and you've improved neurological function in the gut. You've bounced out the autonomic nervous system somewhat. And from there, it becomes easier to see like, okay, I need to address fill in the blank, and then it becomes easier to fill in the blank. Yeah. So if you feel you need it all, that's your protocol. I hear you though. Like writing this, I'm like, I should be doing this. I should be doing that. You know.
On page 10, hemorrhoids, what is the application?
So Okay, so page 9, so page 10. So with hemorrhoids, you have a couple of choices, and I would say there's the information there, but if you go to page 21, there's an even more involved protocol here, and this is acute and chronic. And so sometimes just taking cypress internally will actually firm up the veins and help with the reduction of hemorrhoids. Also, taking mastic internally sometimes can be helpful. I don't put that in the notes, but sometimes the thing with mastic is it helps with tissue integrity. Like it helps like firm up the tissue when something's inflamed for a period of time, it loses its integrity. So mastic is actually the antidote to that. And so anytime you have inflammation in an area for a long period of time, mastic can always be used in that arena. But with the hemorrhoids, here you see acute with pain. You blend helichrysum and German chamomile in a base of sesame oil, and you got to rub it on the hemorrhoid area. You got to, basically rub it in and around the anus. And so this will usually bring relief quite substantially. Whenever you put an oil in this area, it hits the bloodstream very quickly because it doesn't have to be processed by the liver. You're bypassing the liver, so it hits the blood very, very quickly. That will reduce inflammation, will reduce pain. Now with chronic issues, but with little pain, you can see there's cypress, helichrysum, mastic, and naoli in, again, a base of sesame oil. And this is like equal amounts mixed together. And so this will help to reduce the pain, improve the tissue integrity. And if there's any sort of like infection or anything like that, it actually wipes that out as well. But basically it's about firming up the veins and the tissue in that area, because hemorrhoids are just basically like a varicose vein, but in the anus instead of in your legs. And so this will actually help that component. And so be it that they're acute with pain or they're chronic with little to no pain, this is the way to go through and treat it. I usually still have the person take cypress internally, but that's an option. The topical application actually works quite well. In Europe, like when I was taught, I was taught by a French medical aromatherapist about 35 years ago or whatever. We would make we'd make a blend of oils, and then we'd make it with a suppository, and then you could stick the suppository in that area, and then it would melt and hit that area. But kind of the easy way of doing that without making the suppository is just mix it with some sesame oil and then just apply it on the area.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you. Since we're talking long-term chronic inflammation, and you mentioned the mastic, like thyroiditis long-term, as opposed to it needing this or that or the other, but the new diagnosis is thyroiditis, and I've had it a long time apparently. But so what would you suggest for, and that's the opposite end of the body almost, but long-term inflammation-itis, which they thought might be causing the arrhythmia, but avoiding iodine is what is, I'm now on a iodine-free diet. You ever tried to find anything that doesn't have iodine on it when you're not supposed to eat it for 3 months to see what happens?
Yeah, I'm looking something up here.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. But when I heard you say mastic for long term, I thought, I wonder. Things that make me go, hmm.
So so you have inflammation there. Are you having high thyroid, low thyroid?
It is hyperthyroidism, very low numbers. So it's hyperthyroidism that we're dealing with. And it's intermittent in that all my other numbers, all the other blood work numbers are normal, and the ultrasound and the nuclear med show no hot or cold. It
Okay. I would actually have you take clove internally. Like
Okay.
like probably 1 to 2 drops, let's say 2 drops in water like daily. And
Okay.
then to offset the inflammation, you know, we could go black cumin, we could go like German chamomile, something like that. But actually, you know what I would have you use is Sylvester pine.
Oh, I
And
love Sylvester Pine.
and the reason being is it has a bit of an inflammatory effect, but it's also toning to the thyroid.
Okay.
And so you're kind of getting a lot of bang for your buck here, like you're balancing the thyroid out. You know, you're trying to balance it out so that it's not either hyper or hypo. You're improving the function. And then with the pine, you're still toning it and reducing inflammation. And so that's where I would go with all that.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I
Yeah,
will
you're so welcome.
giving that a try. I'll let you know in about 3 months.
Perfect.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How much and how often for the peppermint for the gallstones?
I would do it 2 to 3 times a day. The thing that I would say is don't do it at night, just because like at night, the peppermint relaxes the sphincter muscle in the stomach. And when you lay down, it's relaxed. So like stomach acid will go up the esophagus and cause like heartburn. And so I would say stop the peppermint probably at least 3 hours before bedtime. But during the day, you can do quite a bit, like, you know, a couple of drops like 2-3 times during the day. Really severe cases, I do increase the potency, make sure it's just regular peppermint, no fancy kind of mint. It's just like good old-fashioned peppermint. And the dosage should start to bring relief within a day or two. And I would still treat it for a little while until we know the gallstones are gone, but it's one of the best remedies for that.
The mention of gallstones reminds me of a friend of mine who has kidney stones. Is there anything I can suggest for him?
Yeah, that's a much tougher one. Essential oil wise, not that I'm aware of, but there is an herb. I want to say it's like called like stone root or gravel stone. I'll have to look it up, but there is an herb that is very specific for kidney stones. Yeah, but there's not an essential oil that really eradicates that. I mean, anytime you increase like urination, like so using diuretics and things like that, potentially helps to flush it out, but doesn't really stop the forming. And sometimes the tubes, as you pass it, the kidney stone will get caught in that. So you really have to relax those ureters and things. And so that herb, if I remember right, that's what it does, is it relaxes the tubes coming out of the kidneys.
And people are letting you know it's called Chunka Piedra. There's a lot of people saying Chunka Piedra. It's also known as Stonebreaker.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called, Stonebreaker. That's what it is.
If someone is trying to lose weight, what works to not stimulate the appetite?
Appetite suppression. Yeah, essential oil wise, there's not a lot that can stimulate. Like a lot of times you bounce out the nervous system for something like that. You know, anytime you're trying to lose weight, like the medical aromatherapy approach is to use things that reduce edema and fluid retention, because the thing, like by going through and doing that, it changes the nature of like your hunger. And you could say that too much water or a little dehydration can overstimulate the appetite. And so by going through and treating it more as water retention rather than just like trying to do appetite suppression, actually can improve like your ability to not eat when you would normally like be eating, just because of the, you know, that hunger drive. But if you increase the things that are diuretics, you're able to take in more water, and when you're able to take in more water, you're able to release it and not just kick it into the tissues. That changes the nature of your hunger and your appetite. And so that's the way that I would go through and treat it. And so going back, like lovage, parsley, celery, juniper, things of this nature, even sandalwood. Sandalwood's a really good diuretic when taken internally. And as you start to, you know, basically pee out more, I would start to increase your water intake, especially like before meals. Like the water intake would change the level of appetite, and you're basically kind of suppressing the appetite, but because you've taken in the fluid, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have calories. And so and then if you're trying to shut down that feeling of feeling full, a handful of peanuts will a lot of times hit the neurological thing in your brain that tells you you're full. And so between the water, emphasis being on the water, but then the Band-Aid on it sometimes is just eat a handful of peanuts.
Would you speak about GERD and esophageal reflux?
Yeah, let's find notes on that. Several things that you can use here. I like to use probably ginger as my go-to thing. I stay away from peppermint just because it can exaggerate the problem, especially late at night. if you use peppermint right before you go to bed, it can actually relax that sphincter like we were just talking about, and more the stomach juices, the stomach acid goes up the esophagus. And so I like to use ginger, and I like to use basil here quite a bit. And taking that internally over a period of time. It's usually not going to stop it right off the bat, but it can eventually slow things down. There's been a couple of times where caraway was able to do it as well, but ginger or basil would be my go-to things. And then we've used which tonic did we? Yeah, we use the ginger tonic from Apothecary Geek, the stuff that Samantha makes, and she puts in, basically soaks the ginger root in vinegar, but then we also add ginger essential oil to it. So it's a very potent form of ginger, and between that and the apple cider raw vinegar, a lot of times that will knock out the GERD, and so. Yeah, and the reflux. And so the thing is you kind of need to do it on a regular basis. Sometimes, like after it's calmed down, I'll still go in and treat the liver a bit. And that could be lemon, that could be peppermint, that could be helichrysum, that could be Greenland moss being the most potent out of that, or the liver blend. But that also tends to calm those actions down and produce more of a long-lasting effect. But first, calm it down, and then after that, treat the liver.
You mentioned doing some of the oils, and you had mentioned using it for skin issues or something. They're asking what kind of skin issues. Because this was so long ago, could you let us know what he was talking about, and he'll be able to answer the kind of skin issues.
Oh, with digestion, it can cause all kinds of weird skin issues. And sometimes the agitation in the skin causes digestive issues. And so if you're not sure, spikenard is always a good thing to do, like in a salt bath, a body tonic, or a Theralotion, or over the body topically, because it balances out the skin and it calms down agitation in the skin. I think we just had somebody, when was that, like a couple of weeks ago, that was in Texas and having the reaction to the cedar that's floating around in there. I mean, you literally can see it floating in the air sometimes. And, all the normal allergy type protocols and things, including over-the-counter meds, wasn't reducing it. And we had them just take a bath in spikenard, and it calmed everything down. And it's because of the receptor sites in the skin, and the skin getting out of balance, and it causes, it throws you into a bit of allergic response in the respiratory tract and in the digestive tract. And so, we did this study many years ago where we were doing it with energy medicine, but we did it with 102 participants, and we were looking at allergies. And so, right off the bat, you would think mostly respiratory, but most of them were actually digestive issues. And so first thing was usually the cause was poor innervation to the gut. Second was poor lymphatic drainage out of the gut, which also would tie into the diaphragm being tight and just impacted lymph nodes. The third thing that caused most of the digestive allergic responses was the skin. And when we cleaned up the skin, everything got normalized. And so spikenard works really well for that, like detoxifying the skin a bit. Parsley works really super well for that. then you can start, helichrysum is always good for the skin. It's not necessarily balancing, but it is somewhat purifying and decongesting to the skin. But usually spikenard is the go-to thing for that.
Could spikenard help with itching?
Itching is usually more itchy skin is more lavender and or Roman chamomile. You could sometimes even mix it with some German chamomile and apply it topically, and that will usually knock out the itching. Think of the term for itchy skin is, if I remember right, it's like pruritus, something like that. And basically it's has a neurological component to it. And so the reason why lavender works is it's very soothing, it's very calming, it has a bit of an anti-inflammatory effect, but it reduces nervous tension. And anytime you reduce the nervous tension, it's things that you're not aware of. It's not like the tension is there because of your thoughts or something. It's just something in the nervous system got agitated. And so the lavender actually calms it down. Same with the chamomile. So Roman chamomile, German chamomile, even tanniset, what's tanniset? Blue tansy, even blue tansy would keep chamomile, but I usually go lavender and Roman chamomile.
Now, how many drops would you put in a spikenard bath?
15 is good. If you're asking me personally, I usually go 25 or 30, but
for the hemorrhoids, you mentioned doing it with the sesame oil. What about tamanu oil?
yeah, you could do tamanu oil. The reason using sesame oil is, excuse me, is it does stimulate some lymphatic movement. And it's not too thick and greasy, where the tamanu oil can be a little bit thick and greasy. But either one would work for that.
And then for the oils themselves, equal parts of each oil?
Yeah.
And when you were talking about the Sylvester pine, was that internal?
No, it was just a few drops on the wrist. Yeah.
Is pine internally for gallstones?
It can be, but peppermint works so much better. Like topically, the pine would not work for the gallstones. Yeah, you would have to do internal.
I have a very bad allergy to black pepper, having been using ANS before I eat. Anything else I can use?
Yeah, give me an idea of what happens.
And you can keep just typing in. When you're done typing in the specifics of what happens as far as your allergic reaction, I'll read that over to Greg. And oh, here we go. I get a pain in my stomach.
Yeah, and it's only when you eat the black pepper. It's not when you inhale it or anything like that. It's just digestion of it. Do you get that when you eat other spicy foods? Like if you eat something that's a little spicy or a little hot, or like you eat yeah, like if it has some sort of chili on it or anything where it's hot.
I never eat spicy foods.
Okay. Yeah, that probably is why. So there's a type of cumin that we don't call cumin, we call C. odorata, yeah, like
Oh, yeah, I'll find it.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And it's like the regular cumin. And the thing with that is it can be very detoxifying, stimulating digestion, but with detoxification at the same time. And so I would actually try that. It even can help with sleep. So you could do it more towards the end of the day. I would either do that or I would do the intestinal detox. But like I think that any time, I mean, even chamomiles might work. Like basically though, like anytime you see like like an overreaction in the body or a hyperreaction, it's increased nerve sensitivity. So there's usually blockages in the lymphatic system in that particular area, where the nerves, like anytime the lymphatic system is blocked up, the nerves start to fire at a more rapid rate. And then they just become like hypersensitive. And I think that's something that's happened here is, for whatever reason, you have some blocked lymph nodes in the area. And my guess also is the mucous membranes are a bit congested. And so, like, even as I'm saying this and talking it out, there's a couple avenues here. So there's the C. odorata, which would help to detox, the intestinal detox. But another thing is that you could use, and actually this is going to be my first choice, helichrysum taken internally. So the helichrysum is going to reduce inflammation, and if there's pain, it's going to help with the pain. But one of the things that helichrysum is very good for, especially in the digestive tract and urinary tract, is reducing mucus. Like it breaks down mucus and reduces the mucus. And so by going through and doing that for a period of time, you're detoxifying the mucous membranes. Then I would follow it up with the C. odorata or the intestinal detox, like after a couple weeks of treatment, and then unwind the lymph nodes like that. And then if you're still having some issue, I follow it up with some sort of sage. That can be topically, like that can be like several drops on the wrist, several drops applied to the abdomen, and call it good. And the sage will, I mean, it helps some digestive function, but it calms down the sensory nerves in that area. I mean, you could be doing the sage right off the bat with everything else, but I'd almost like to see what the helichrysum did just on its own, by going through and cleaning up the mucous membranes. And so that would need to be internal, couple of drops, like twice a day for that. And it does reduce mucus in the digestive tract, and like the digestive tract, when it becomes toxic, it's usually excess mucus, impacted lymph nodes, things of that nature. Food that hasn't been processed, poor muscle movement. And so here, that's where I would go with that.
They did say that, sorry, I had to put it down. Years ago, they had been told they have a spasmodic colon and to just stay away from spicy foods. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, so I'd still probably do what we talked about, but spasms in the gut. Hold on. Clove is very good for reducing spasms in the gut, but it also is a little bit spicy. And so if you're already having that issue, I mean, if it's the cause, if the spasms are the cause, it would reduce it. It would be a non-issue. But you might want to go to like using caraway to reduce the spasms. It's has a little bit of a cooling effect and would reduce the spasm and not cause any of those spicy reactions. Yeah. I mean, with that, you are going to have to just like experiment a little bit, but I still would lean towards the helichrysum right off the bat. But if you wanted to just jump to the spasmodic colon, any sort of spasm in the digestive tract, clove works really good for. Caraway works really good for. Even that cajeput or cajeput, however you want to say it, can work for that as well. But I would go to clove right off the bat, but because of the spiciness, caraway could be the backup.
The black pepper for this person sounds like me with onions. It's very painful to digest. Any suggestion?
I would try the same thing that we talked about for the pepper. Yeah. Sometimes there is just sensitivities. Onions are a very strong detoxifier unto themselves. And so I'd still probably go to the same thing, but do it in segments so you know what's working. Like, you could start with the clove and the caraway, either one, a few drops in water internally, and then go to the helichrysum and then go to the intestinal detox. But that should usually do it.
Greg, could you suggest some basic practices to do on a daily or weekly basis to maintain the health of your digestive system?
Sure. So a couple of things. I would do things like ANS support. That would be a super good little process to do, just because you're always keeping the nerves of the gut functioning properly. And then I would use some sort of digestive, any of the seeds or like that 4 seeds blend. And it doesn't have to be used daily, but I would use it from time to time, something that's a digestive. It helps you assimilate your food. The ANS support you could do daily pretty easily. That's going to help reduce stress, and stress directly as it impacts the digestive tract. And then the seeds would help you with digestion itself, like the elimination of gas and all those kinds of things. And then I'd say every couple of months I would do a little bit of a detox. Like I would do the intestinal detox, or at least some bay laurel internally, or that C. odorata to go through and do a detox with. And the combination should be good. Like if you feel that, like if your mouth is dry and your eyes are running dry, I would inhale cinnamon on a daily basis, like in the morning. You don't have to take it internally. You can just do like maybe 15 or 20 inhalations, or you can use Shazandra internally to moisten the mucous membranes. But if you're needing to reduce mucus, then I would do the helichrysum.
And go ahead, Shraddhananda.
Hi there. Thank you for this.
My
So I am trying to get a protocol together for someone who has a lot of mucus. Everything you're saying is making me think digestive tract, diagnosed with dozens of food allergies. So don't want to give her too much at one time.
Mhm.
So, I think what I've gathered, and I just want to make sure I've got it right, is, ANS support internally, couple of drops in water daily, and add the digestive body tonic, for about 3 weeks, and then, bathe in spikenard or parsley to calm down the skin.
Yeah, I probably use spikenard
Okay, and then I
for
was
that. Yeah.
wondering about, also adding helichrysum.
Yeah, I would add to helichrysum too. If you think there's an excess of mucus, is
yeah,
it's
she's
just in the
coughing
gut or is it
back
up in the
and
side? Is it up in
No,
the
and
sides?
it's constant, like it takes her breath away trying to move this mucus. All day.
Yeah. The helichrysum should reduce the mucus in the gut. If there's a lot of mucus in the respiratory tract, I would even add, even though it's in the ANS support, I would actually even add a few drops of rosemary verbena internally a couple of times a day. And you're like doing that, you're re-educating the body. It's not just like it's targeting a symptom and making a symptom go away, but you're teaching the body to do something like differently and have a different set of responses. And so like that combined with maybe just for a little bit reduction of any milk products like cheese, things like that can be helpful just for a short period of time. And the ANS and the rosemary verbena taken internally, the rosemary verbena will help more of the respiratory tract, especially the sinuses. If it's more mucus in the gut, the helichrysum would work better.
Okay, and thank you. And the spikenard in the bath, would that also work with spikenard in lotion?
Yeah.
Okay, because she's more apt to do that. So
Yeah, that's if that's the way it works, it could be in a body tonic, it could be a lotion, it could be whatever. I mean, it could be a lotion and she puts it on right before she goes to bed. It will help her to sleep as well, but it will help balance out the skin and reduce any sort of agitation that's in the skin, because even the skin could be hitting the receptor sites and making the body produce more mucus both in the gut and in the respiratory tract. And so it's just a way to kind of like shotgun and hit everything. And even if it's a little too much, you could even drop the body tonic, the digestive calm body tonic. Like if you're like, they're only going to do 2 things or 3 things.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's a valid thing sometimes where if you give somebody just a little too much, they don't do it. And so I would do ANS support, rosemary verbena, and or helichrysum, depending on where the mucus is, and then the spikenard on the skin, and then see where that's at.
Okay.
One of the things too, like if there's a lot of mucus, there's an herb called golden seal root, and I would have her take 3 capsules a couple of times a day as well. It will break down the mucus very, very quickly. If she's needing to, like if it's thick and heavy, you kind of want to liquefy it to get it out. Things like black pepper and thyme and things help to flush that out. But if it's just always being produced, something like terebinth can help like dry it up. I'm talking about more in the respiratory tract. But sometimes even just taking the rosemary verbena internally will reduce the inflammation in the mucous membranes and reduce the production of mucus. And so a lot of times that will just nail it.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, like reminder, this isn't like, how you go to a health food store or a drugstore and you get like something to dry up your sinuses or something. This is more about re-educating the body to behave differently. And so you don't always get immediate symptom relief, but you're changing how your body processes some of these things. And so like I would say give everything at least a couple of weeks to see like if it's starting to move in the right direction. And you don't want it to be, well, you do, but a total elimination of the symptoms, but that you're just moving in the right direction. Like there's less symptoms, it's less often there, I bounce back quicker. Like all those things are indicators that you're moving in the right direction. If there's just like no response whatsoever, then something else needs to be done. But like here, you're looking for like a slow walk to like what it's going to be for better. Like anytime there's a chronic issue, like you're trying to make the body behave like differently. And so sometimes it's just a lot of consistent effort over a period of time. And then you go, oh, look, I don't have the symptoms anymore. But if you watch, it was like a slow walk to that. So.
Okay, so if I tell her like, I was gonna tell her 3 weeks, just to see if
Yeah,
there's.
3 weeks is pretty solid.
improvement, and then
Yeah.
check back in.
Right.
Okay,
And so one of the things that I usually do like with a patient is like the things that I want them to pay attention to, like I ask them questions about, like, okay, are you just as mucousy as you were before? Is it diminished? Are you able to bounce back quicker? Are you able to clear your nose quicker? You know, you just start asking them questions about what it is they want to pay attention to, because sometimes you're getting improvements, but not everybody's mind sees it that way. Like, you know, I had this one patient, this was a great learning experience for me. Like she came in, it was with a pain syndrome. And we were treating it. We had treated it for a few weeks. And I was like, okay, time, let's reassess. Like, how's the pain? She goes, nope, still there. And I was like, huh. Okay. And, you know, with everything that we had done, there should have been a significant change in the symptoms. And so, you know, I asked her a series of questions and she just kept going, nope, nope, still there. And so I said, okay, on a scale of 1 to 100, where was the pain when you came in? And she was like 90. And I go, where is it now? 2. And I was like, but you said it was still there. And she goes, yeah, it's still there. Like I can still feel it. So in her mind, it was all or nothing, that it had reduced by like 96 points or, you know, 88 points or whatever it is. Like that didn't register in her brain, that it was still something that if she searched her body, she could still feel it. That's what it was for her. Like, I'm still in pain. Like she can still feel it. And so like sometimes with situations like this, you almost have to kind of educate the people just because of, like, you know, for me, because of that person, like I just assume nobody sees it in degrees. Doesn't mean that people don't, but like some people do, some people don't. And so just treat everybody like they don't see it in degrees. So ask them questions. Are the symptoms diminishing? Is this getting better? Is that getting better? Are you able to shake off of it faster? Is it not happening as often? You know, those kinds of things. And it shows that they are improving. It's just not an instantaneous improvement. But like anytime you have a chronic issue, it's a lot of baby steps. It's usually not like some magic bullet that comes in and changes it. You know, it's just a lot of little movements. That's a lot like dancing. You just keep going back and forth to it and trying it in different ways. And then at some point you go, wow, it's hardly there anymore. You know, and so I'm not saying your friends that way, but like when you're asking, like probe a little bit just to see where their mind's at.
good point, good point. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that lady, boy, I mean, that was an eye opener for me. You know, it was many years ago. It's like 20 something years ago, but you know, as a therapist, you're looking for little nuances, but for her, it was either it's there or it's not. And when people have been doing things almost exclusively with pharmaceuticals, that's usually how they perceive it. It's either there or it's not. If somebody's been doing a lot of things with holistic practices, and even if they are using pharmaceuticals and things like that, they're a little bit more aware of the nuances. So like when I go to my family, I treat them like that lady, like they don't get nuance at all. But you know, a lot of the students here, you can talk nuances and they know exactly what you're talking about. So you can almost evaluate them by like how they've sought medical attention in the past. Is it almost always a doctor or the pharmacy, or do they do some holistic things? And with that, you know that they're probably doing things and are paying attention to nuances.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now, Greg, how many different oils can we take at one sitting? Right now, I take black cumin, lemon, bitter orange, black pepper, yarrow, a week off, and after I empty a bottle, with a week off after I empty the bottle. Carrot seed, petitgrain supreme, sage, palo santo, and monarda.
And you're doing all of those internally? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, all internal.
All internal. I would just spread them out a little bit. I mean, a lot of those things work well together, but like the issue that happens when you take them too close together is that they kind of mix and become a newer, you know, a different substance. And so I would say, you know, take one or two and then give it like 5 minutes, and then, you know, take another one. And you know, like for me in the mornings is usually when I hit all my oils, and I'll take one and then I'll have a couple sips of coffee, and then I'll take another one, and then, you know, I sit and I check my emails, and then I do another one. And, you know, I kind of spread it out over my little morning routine, and it doesn't have to be a lot, but, you know, just spread it out a few minutes. But boy, that's quite the morning regiment. Is that helping with the things that you got going on?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
So thank you. I'll spread them out a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
I
you.
mean, if it's working, it's working. You know, like there's that component too. Like if it's producing results, you know, maybe you don't have to spread them out. But a lot of them were kind of similar, or like you could say they're all friends with each other. You know, they all like each other and interact with each other really well. And so, you know, there's some things that don't, but all of those seem pretty harmonious. So I would say, you know, if it's working for you, I don't know, I'd change it. Maybe just give it a little tiny bit more space in the dosage. And, you know, like the sage, you could probably get away with just putting a bunch of drops on your wrist. I mean, it does do some things internally that topically wouldn't do. And so why are you taking the sage? I'm just curious.
It helps my brain.
Yeah.
It calms me down, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. I mean, I use sage all the time. I love sage. I change what sages I use, but like, you know, just because I want to try them all. You know what I mean? I'm like, this sage is just delicious. And then next week I'm on to a different sage. But you know, for the sages, a lot of times I do a lot of it topically. And you know, you can still get away with taking a bit internally and things, like it helps with the brain. And the thing with doing I mean, that's why I use it too, is it's so good for the brain. And like I'll put 8, 10, 12 drops on my wrist that, you know, like if I was to take it internal, I'm only taking 1 or 2 drops, but topically I do a bunch more. And I noticed that my brain stays pretty strong there, you know, because I have some chronic pain syndromes, and then travel and workloads and everything. Brain fatigue is something I'm always hyper vigilant about. Like I do not need any of that. And so the sage really is a great tonic for that. And you know, if you're always concerned with brain function, you know, rosemary Rosemary verbena or just regular rosemary moves blood to the head. And basil is like a cerebral stimulant, like a cognitive stimulant. So basil is always good for improving brain function. But, like about 6 weeks ago, we did a profile in the Daily Dose on butterbur. And butterbur increases circulation to the brain, and it increases circulation to the gut. And they're looking at butterbur for even potentials for diminishing the potentials for things like Alzheimer and Parkinson's, things like that, that have to do with like poor blood supply and inflammatory material getting deposited in the brain. And the other thing that I would mix in with that is there is a mushroom called lion's mane. And I would actually even work a little lion's mane in there. And the thing with mushrooms is if you just buy the powders, they're much less expensive than if you were to buy it already in a capsule or a tincture. And the lion's mane is very good for strengthening the brain, and it's very good for detoxifying the brain, and it's very good for offsetting the effects of like toxicity in the body as it impacts the brain. And toxicity can just be inflammation, right? Just inflammatory material. It doesn't even have to be like exposure to anything or poor lymph movement or anything like that. It can just be inflammatory material in the body. And, it will all kind of settle in some of the brain tissue, and lion's mane actually helps to unwind that. And so on certain kinds of head traumas in the old days, we used to use massive dosages of lion's mane. And it works pretty good. Like it's if you're looking to offset brain fatigue. The other one that can help, just because it's a general body stimulant, is cinnamon. Cinnamon is good for the brain. It's good for other things, but I don't talk about cinnamon for the brain quite as much, just because of the heat, and not everybody tolerates heat very well. But you could actually do it just strictly with inhalation to like stimulate body processes, and it would be very helpful as well.
And is lion's mane an herb?
Yeah, it's a mushroom. Yeah, it's a mushroom.
It is a mushroom,
And
not
yeah,
an oil. Okay.
yeah, and so I think we'll
post
we'll post a site for you where we've kind of done the research, like, because not all mushrooms are created the same. Sometimes they keep growing it from the same mother mycelia, and even though the mushroom might be there, it might be very, very weak. So we go to companies that we know that the mushrooms are strong, and we buy them in powder. So a lot of times when you're buying herbs, the biggest cost is the capsules themselves, the empty capsules, and then the container. And usually the herbs are the cheapest thing in that whole mix. And so here, if you just bypass, the need for the capsules, you can take like a little teaspoonful or half teaspoonful and mix it in your coffee or in a little bit of water and just like shoot it. It does. I mean, it just tastes a little bit like you're drinking leaves. Like, it's not a strong taste. It's not an unpleasant taste. It's not a delicious taste either, but it's just kind of like a neutral taste. It's a cheap way to take big dosages. And so that's usually the route that we go. Like when we buy our mushrooms, we buy these little canisters, and it's all just powder. And so be it that we use cordyceps or maitake or lion's mane or chaga, we just put the powder in the water and drink it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I have a question just because I have Parkinson's in my family history
Mm-hmm.
pretty strong. You said Butterbur. Is that something internal and
Yeah.
inhalation?
Yeah, internal, couple of drops daily. Yeah.
And did you also say that lion's mane works with Parkinson's also? Could help?
I don't know that I've seen a study for Parkinson's, but
Couldn't hurt.
couldn't hurt. It's always good for good brain health. The other one, like to try to prevent, if you're predisposed to like Parkinson's or something like that, is there's this herb called bacopa, like BACOPA. Do the butterbur and the bacopa together. In fact, I think we have, I don't know that it's on the site, but we might even have an oil of bacopa. I think we do.
I will write Sam.
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. And it's not expensive at all. I don't know why I haven't put it on there, but yeah. Sometimes I get things and I'm like, well, let's just see how well it works. And then I just never played with it. But the herb bacopa, I started using that many years ago in post stroke syndromes, and it's just, you could say it's just good for the brain. It's good for a lot of things, but the butterbur was the primary thing where I've seen a study for it. I'd have to go back through and find where it was at, but
Perfect.
yeah.
So I have a general question.
Sure.
That is being nosy. What kind of things, obviously you've listed some of them, sage on the wrist, ANS internally. What kind of things do you and Sam think are a good thing to have for our morning routine or daily routine that is just kind of universal?
Yeah, like so
And also say like how much you think and where you would put it internally or externally.
right. Okay. So I mean, I think that's a good question. It's something that we've been bouncing around here, like just having like a little kit that's like your daily dose kit or something. And I think the thing is it depends a little bit on the particular health issue that you have.
Sure.
Like if you have like a pain syndrome, if you have like a digestive issue, if you have, whatever, but let's just talk like some generals, like just
Good,
generalities. Yeah. So, like I would put this under things that are like considered also like things that are also very toning. You're wanting to tone the body, to fortify the body so that you always have like good function and things like that. And so one would be the ANS support would be great for just general tonic effects on the digestive tract. And I think we've talked about all the different things that you could do there. Another one is lemon. Lemon taking pretty regular, it's very good for the liver. It's very good for the blood. It's very good for thinning the blood. It has an impact on the immune system. It helps to regulate mineral deficiencies. It improves the quality of the blood. So it's a treatment for like anemia, things like that. So many things that lemon does. Lemon could just be something that's part of your daily routine. A lot of times what we would do around here is just put lemon in the water or in your tea or something. You just put several drops in and you just drink it like everything else. It doesn't have to be in one sitting where you shoot it. You can put, several drops in a water bottle and then just be drinking it all day. As we get older, I like the idea of something for inflammation. So black cumin could be a good tonic oil for the reduction of inflammation and stimulating repair mode in the body. But another one for inflammation could also be ginger, or ginger and turmeric. Those very good for reducing inflammation, keeping the inflammation from hitting the brain, keeping the inflammatory material from settling in the brain. And what's the name of the tonic that you have where we did the turmeric and ginger? And
That one is the tonic, what is it called? Yeah, it's vitality.
It's so we did like a version of that in, or I should say Samantha did a version of that in her AG tonics, the vinegar tonics, where there's one called Vitality, and it's meant to be like a daily thing where it's got turmeric and ginger and I think black pepper in it.
Exactly.
The black pepper makes the turmeric work better. So that would be good. I like to put mugwort on the arms and legs, like the joints, just to keep everything fluid and moving. Energy wise, it keeps the reactive states from the emotional body down to a minimum, and it just keeps things flowing so that essence keeps integrating into form to a certain extent. And I personally use basil daily just as a mental stimulant and for stress reduction. And basil is also a very good antiseptic to the digestive tract. Like if you were to get food poisoning, for example, the treatment would just be basil. And so it's just a way to boost immunity, keep the digestive system clean, cleans up the energy body, stimulates the mind. I use basil pretty daily.
Is that just in water?
Yeah.
3 drops?
Well, you should do it in water. I don't even do it in water. I just go and then wash it down with something. Yeah. Because I love the taste of basil. It's like it's concentrated pesto.
Okay.
And so I also do sage pretty often during the day, and just
Internally or on wrists?
just on the wrist. Like I just do 6-8 drops on the wrist, or I think yesterday I made a body tonic with one of the sages and was slathering it all on, and I was like, this feels so amazing. And then just because of the pandemic, I would do some form of immunity boost, like Monarda solid, Monarda complex. The thing that's nice about the Monarda complex is it also is a lymphatic circulation stimulant. Like it helps lymph move. It doesn't make your lymphatic system detoxify so much, but it makes it move. And so it's got a bit of melissa in it. It's very strengthening and fortifying. The other one that you could use that way would be immune support, very antiviral, has some Monarda in it as well. And so I like the idea of.
But those are all internal or
No,
just in the
like
legs?
you could get away with Monarda or Monarda complex. Definitely could be taken internal, but I would say just on a daily basis, you could just sit and inhale them 15-20 times and call it good. Immune support, inhale, or even with a roller ball, like roll it on the chest, because you'll continue to inhale it and you'll get it in the skin. I think originally when I first started using immune support many years ago, I was doing it in a spray where I would just spray down my front side and call it good. So it doesn't have to be internal with all that. If there's a pain syndrome, I usually will either do galbanum or myrrh. The other one that you could throw in that mix would be a blend called Monk's Anointing Oil, just because it has both of those in it and is made a little bit more for pain syndromes. That
You
could
just
be
place
helpful.
that on the joint or whatever, or?
No, you don't even have to do that. You can just put several drops on the wrist, or you could take it internal if you wanted to, but it basically, as long as you get it on the skin, it doesn't matter where the pain is at, it will offset the body's hypersensitivity to those painful spots. And then the mugwort on the arms and legs should help that as well. The other thing, let's see, what else do I do? I mean, I take Melissa every day. That's more for just keeping the heart like regulated and everything. And again, like I don't, whenever I go to the doctor, I don't really have a heart issue, but in the family there is potential. So I just take it as prevention, just in case something like that shows up. Like if there's a potential for tachycardia or something like that, it just calms everything down. We're more predisposed to tachycardia, which is just a elevated heart rate as you get older. Like it will be sporadic, like it'll be fine, and then it bumps up for a little bit, and then it's fine, and it bumps up. And the neroli will regulate it, but Melissa is much stronger for that, and so I just do Melissa. Plus, it's very good for fortifying the nerves and is relaxing. So if I do it at the end of the day, I just find that I sleep better. And then see, what else do I do? Like I have my little kit. Let me see what's in my kit.
This is very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, like we were kicking around the idea of like having like a set of here we go. A set of things that are just like a normal everyday thing. You can use something like cinnamon or peppermint in the morning as like a general body stimulant, but one that that I forget about sometimes is also like a circulatory tonic or a circulatory stimulant is camphor. Camphor works really good for that. It's very good for the immune system. Camphor is good for a lot of different things, including like clearing space and things like that. But that I'll put like, I don't do it every day, but I'll put like a few drops of camphor on my wrist from time to time, just like usually in the morning to have like the cardiovascular stimulant just to get the day rolling. Cinnamon could work that way. Peppermint could work that way. Inhaling hyssop on a regular basis, it stimulates the medulla, which has to do with respiratory function and cardiovascular functions, and then deepens the breath and things like that. It's also very clearing to the mind and into the body. And so inhaling hyssop can be good. The one that I do I take 3 Wiseman daily as well. And the issue being that it stimulates lymphatic movement and it jumpstarts the entire endocrine system. But one of the things that the 3 Wiseman does is it balances out the autonomic nervous system. Like it's if there is a disturbance, like where it's caused like shock or the digestive tract is really off and wonky, marjoram and tarragon are much better treatments. But like when everything is relatively regulated and you're trying to maintain it and maintain that balance, the 3 Wiseman actually works quite well for that. So it maintains the balance between the fight, flight, rest and repair modes in the body, and it's jump starting your glands all the time. And as we get older, like the glands not working quite like they should actually is part of what accelerates the aging process. You know, if like you're trying to slow down the aging process, keep the glands healthy and reduce inflammation, and just that slows down the aging process. The aging process is the breaking down of the body, breaking down of the tissues, breaking down of the internal organs, because the number one thing that gets hit the hardest in the aging process is the health of the internal organs. And so by going through and doing this, you know, the frankincense and myrrh are also anti-inflammatory. They have an effect on pain. You know, it does so many things that it is like a bread and butter oil for me. Like I do like a 15 ml bottle at a time, because I mean I take like 6-8 drops a couple of times a day. And man, I can tell the days that I've taken it and the days that I haven't. I'll go, God, why am I not feeling that great today? Oh yeah, I didn't do the 3 wise men. And so if I do that, I don't feel the need to take the cumin or the ginger. Like I just, you know, it has an anti-inflammatory effect as well. You know, to the point where we've even used it to treat things like fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome. And, you know, again, for the anti-inflammatory effect, but also the effect that it has on the nervous system and inflammation. And so those are pretty solid. I mean, marjoram I use a lot, but I used to use it every day, and now I find that I use it 2 or 3 times a week. Like, you know, like if things are good and if you're starting to get like cramps in the feet or legs or something, I'll increase it. Or if I feel like my body's tightening up, I'll increase it. But helichrysum I keep pretty handy. There was a while where I was using it every day. Now I use it probably 2 or 3 times a week. And I like to do both.
How
Like
much helichrysum do you use?
like a lot of times I'll just do an inhalation or a couple of drops on the wrist, but every once in a while, like I'll do a week of taking it internally just to clean up the mucus in the digestive tract and the urinary tract. And I don't have an issue there, but I also don't want to have an issue there. And so like I go through and just, you know, 2 or 3 drops internally every day for about a week or so. I do that. If I'm under a lot of stress, I'll use Splendor for a bit, just because it offsets the stress so well. And it's very calming and soothing to the limbic functions, the vital centers. And then this is one that like I just do. Like I don't know that I've talked about it very much with the general students, but I put on spike lavender, not every day, but like probably 4 or 5 times a week. And the reason being that it has a normalizing effect on the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So when you're in things with like pain syndromes, or when you're doing like a lot of meditation or something, you know, part of it is your nervous system is upgrading, or, you know, with pain syndromes, you're trying not to let it like downgrade or get in a place where it's always like in an agitated state. And part of how you're able to keep the body out of that is through the regulation of cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And so, you know, there's that blend healing elixir that was made for that, but this is like a less non-fancy way of doing it, and it works really super well, and it's just a single oil and it's inexpensive. But I just put like 4 or 5 drops of spike lavender on the wrist. You know, it doesn't matter day or night or whatever. Most times I find that I'm doing it more towards the nighttime. And it just helps the nervous system to upgrade and to adjust and adapt. And if the nervous system is starting to go down a place that's a little wonky, you know, because of pain or because of stress or whatever, it just helps to unwind that in the nervous system. And so anytime you target the cerebral spinal fluid, you're helping the body repair itself, you're helping the body adjust and adapt, you're helping the body stay more flexible and not get locked into like a weird set of neurological responses. And so spiked lavender works pretty good for that. Like if it was something that I need to be more aggressive about, I would do the healing elixir. But for just maintenance and things like that, even more than maintenance, spiked lavender is really solid for that. That's one you do not want to take internally, but topically it works really super well. I mean, I have a bunch of other things that are like more kind of my own little thing, but like I like to use birch complex a little bit topically, and I like to use that blend nerve help just because it re-educates the nerves. It's pretty heavy in the sage and helichrysum, and so it just keeps my body from hurting too bad. You know, because I have areas that are bone on bone and a bunch of torn muscles in a couple parts of my body. And so if I just stay on top of it, I'm fine. If I let it go, it gets pretty painful. And so the nerve help is how I manage the torn muscles. Yeah. I go through phases where I use lovage a lot. I go through phases where I use what was the other one I was using? But I'm not seeing it here.
What was the birch complex for?
Pain. Yeah, like pain. Birch complex like is good for like a general treatment, but any sort of acute pain, chronic pain, like injury, but it's like sometimes what happens, like if I'm doing meditation with like a lot of deep purification, like when it's coming out, it's a little uncomfortable. And if like, I wouldn't say painful, but it's like there's like a weird tension in the body. If I put the birch complex on, everything just passes and I'm super comfortable. And so I use it even for stuff like that. You know, it could be used to augment like pain protocols that you already have in place. And the thing that's nice about the birch complex, you don't even have to put it on the spot. A lot of times I keep it in a roller ball and I just roll it on my wrist, rub my wrist together and call it good. And wherever the pain's at, then it diminishes it quite substantially. You know, like birch and wintergreen are all lymphatic stimulants as well. So you could say birch complex also is stimulating proper lymphatic movement as well as managing the pain. You know, as you get older, almost everybody has some ache or pain or something. And so, you know, sometimes you treat it topically, but, you know, between putting in galbanum or myrrh or the birch complex or maybe even both, a lot of times that pain is managed without even putting things on something topically.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Another one, like I keep going, and another one, just as like a good like body balancer and like kind of tonic for like the brain and things like that, is rosemary verbena. It's a good digestive tonic. It's good for the liver. It's balancing to the body. Like if you're not sure what's going on with the body and the body seems like really out of balance, rosemary verbena is the thing that helps kind of bring everything back into balance. And it's also cephalic, which means it moves blood to the brain.
we still have questions in the chat. Somebody did say maybe we should take a bathroom break. I just want to let you know.
Oh, yeah,
where
it's
we're
been
at.
what? It's been 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably take a bathroom break.
Yeah, let's take a bathroom break. Let's take a
Yeah.
little break. That way I can also know where to edit this.
Yeah. Let's come back at a quarter after. So we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll come back and do some more. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and continue with your questions.
All right, I'm gonna scroll, actually, since it was what you had been talking about just a second ago with the, what is the application for Splendor?
Inhale or several drops on your wrist.
And what about the application for Nerve Help?
Applied to the area where there's pain. Or the potential for pain. Like sometimes my back's not painful, but I put it on the areas that there's the potential for flare up.
The Melissa internal question mark, how about the spray?
For what?
You were talking, I think, about doing taking Melissa, but maybe.
But what are you trying to do with it?
For the person who asked about the Melissa spray, you can type in what you want to use it for to me, or you can unmute yourself. Your daily use.
Oh, I use it internal. Yeah. Spray wouldn't be strong enough. Yeah. How about we'll do questions and answers in a bit? Well, how about we'll do a little protocol?
Okay.
Was there something that...
I mean, no, go ahead. I'll make sure we get back to these. I just wanted to make sure there was something.
So one of the things we want to do when we're dealing with digestive issues is unwinding the effects of stress on the body and on the digestive tract, and keep digestive function as high as possible. So this is what I'd like you to do. Like if you have ANS support, pull that out. If not, rosemary verbenin or tarragon or anise or marjoram, even lavender. If you don't have any of those, even basil. If you don't have any of those, we'll give you an extra choice, but let's see if you have any of those. Lemongrass could be in there.
Are we doing anything on a particular page?
No, not on a page.
And again, the ANS support is the first choice. We put in some of those other choices as well. Oh, tarragon. I just And again, type in, let us know if you don't have any of those.
Okay, so we're going to do something that's specific to reducing stress that directly impacts the digestive tract. So what you're going to do is first you're going to sit and just check in with your body. Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel discomfort, agitation? It could be just something you feel in your body. It could be a pain spot in your body. Part of your body that's compromised. Just close your eyes, check in with your body, and just see what jumps out at you first. What is the primary area of discomfort? And discomfort's not even always it. Like sometimes you just feel like there's a heaviness or an agitation in that part of the body or a tension. So check in with that spot of your body. Sit with it. By sitting with it like this, you're also starting to change how your mind reacts to this stimuli, which is an important piece of this. You're literally re-educating your mental faculties. You're making them less reactionary and more cognitive. Okay, so with your awareness on that part of the body, inhale the oil and just keep your awareness on that part of the body. And then let the inhalation go and just be still. Reassess your body. Is that still your primary spot, or is there another part in your body that's now jumping out at you? Wherever your primary spot is, put your attention there and just sit with it for a moment. And then again, begin inhaling the oil. And let the inhalation go and just be still. Now explore your gut. Where do you feel something in your gut? Now, this is a little bit harder because you don't quite have the sensory mechanisms like you do in other parts of your body. So, where do you feel tension? Where do you feel heaviness? Where do you feel like an agitation in your gut? Just explore from the bottom of your ribs down to your belt line. Where do you feel something? And wherever you feel it, begin inhaling into that spot of your gut. And then just let it go for a moment. How's that feel with you? Yeah, we might have lost Samantha. Apparently that was more relaxing than I expected. Which one are you using? Okay, so you've done your gut. Now go to your spine. Explore your spine. Where do you feel a glitch in your spine? Wherever you feel a heaviness or a tightness or a tension. And then just let it go. Let the inhalation go. Go back to your gut. Explore your gut. Where do you feel it in your gut? You're exploring your gut. You're inhaling, taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the gut. And then just let's let go. Explore the spine again. Where do you feel this in your spine? And then just let it go. Just be still. Notice your body. Again, go back to your gut. Check in with your gut. Where do you feel it in your gut? It might have moved. Sometimes when I do this little exercise, I become more aware of like tensions in my back, tensions in my hip, mostly in the torso though. Like as the tension in the digestive tract changes, you become more aware like, oh, so that makes it easier to treat that specific part of the body as well. So you're checking in with your gut. Where do you feel it? And again, begin inhaling. And without taking a break, just move right into the spine. Where do you feel it in the spine? And continue your inhalation. Back into your gut. Where do you feel it in your gut? Continue the inhalations. Back into your spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? Continue with your inhalation. How's that straight? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let it go for a second. Just check in. Let go of the abdomen, let go of the spine. Now just check in with your body again, like how we started. Your shoulders, your back, your hip, your jaws, your head, your neck, your feet. Just check in with your body. Where do you feel it now? Has it increased? Has it decreased? Has nothing changed? I mean, I think one of the things you'll probably notice that when we go back and forth between the gut and the spine is there's a lot of stress or tension in the gut that we're not aware of because we don't have sensory nerves in the gut. And so we could be holding a lot of tension, a lot of stress, and a lot of like nervous tension in the gut. And the manifestation would be anxiety, poor sleep, even fears, things like that. And when you go through and you kind of calm this down, you realize like, oh, I'm getting a little sleepy. Some of it is just because you're unwinding the stress and tension that's in the gut. So we want to see, does that also manifest in the body somewhere? And wherever you're feeling it, go ahead and Put your awareness on that body part, and again, inhale. And then just let it go for a moment and just be still. Now we've done the gut and we've done the spine, but part of the digestive tract is also the mouth, the throat, the swallowing mechanisms, the esophagus, things like this. And sometimes when we have tension in the digestive tract, we also have tension up in the throat and the swallowing mechanisms, which would also affect air passages and things like this. So you're going to do the same thing like you did with your gut, but you're going to explore your throat. Not so much the neck and the neck muscles, but like the throat, like where you swallow, where you breathe, the swallowing mechanism, all this area like up here in the front. Explore that area. Where do you feel some tension? And then inhale the oil into this area. And then again, go to your spine. Where do you feel it in the spine? When you find that spot in your spine, begin inhaling. And then just let it go. Just let it go. Just be still. Notice where you're at. Notice your body. Again, go back to the throat area, the swallowing mechanisms, like the workings of the throat here, not so much the neck and its muscles, the throat. Inhale. Find those tension spots in your throat and inhale. And then move your awareness back to your spine. Other abundance for this. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go for a moment. Just let it all go. And then again, explore the gut. Go back to the gut. Where do you feel it in your gut? Inhale. So this is good for digestion. This is, or the digestive tract, but it's also just good for stress relief. Like I find that even a version of this is good to help sleep, and combined with some other things is good for PTSD treatment. Really explore the gut. Where do you feel it? Sit with it. Inhale. You're finding it in your spine now. Where do you feel it in the spine? You find that primary spot, that glitch, and inhale. And then just be still. Check in with your body, your back, your shoulders, your neck, your jaws, your legs. Wherever you're feeling it, wherever it jumps out at you the most, your awareness is there. And take some long, slow, deep breaths with the same oil. And then just be still. Pay attention to your mind. Any thoughts that have bubbled up in this process, just observe them. No need to judge them as good or bad, just whatever kind of came up in the mind, just observe. And then observing those thoughts, again, inhale the oil while you're just observing your thoughts. Okay, just be still. Just check in with yourself. Where do you feel something still? Is it in the spine? Is it in the gut? Is it in the throat? Is it in the body, like the skeletal muscle? Or is it in thoughts? Like you still have a thought floating around? Wherever you feel the primary is, go to that spot, be aware of it, and then inhale. And then just be still. Just be still. For the sake of learning, let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions specific to this. We'll do still Q&A a whole bunch after lunch, but let's just talk about this particular process we just did. You want to share your experience or type in? Keep in mind that like doing something like this from time to time will make other treatments that you're doing for the digestive tract work better. You know, you're basically reducing the impact of stress. And like, if you notice that, like when you went from your gut to your spine, it's pretty deeply relaxing. Like it unwinds a kind of stress that you're managing, but you're not really aware of because it's in the gut. You're not able to sense and feel things in the gut like you would if it was in your shoulder or your back or something like that. And so, or in your mind. And so, yeah, anyway.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, happy, sleepy, dreamy, absolutely relaxed body, mind, and soul. Man,
Mm-hmm.
just lovely. Thank
you.
you.
Good. Good.
I send you my cleaning bill for the bottle that poured all over. It's wonderful.
Yeah, right. Good.
I think you knocked people out for it.
Yeah. It's pretty deeply relaxing.
Yeah. You go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi. I kind of had a different experience and I did miss the morning, so that might be a part of it. But
no,
with the abdomen, it got me very weepy, like it was releasing emotions rather than along with the physical tension.
That can happen. Like sometimes, well, like you know, especially you've been in a situation where you've been a caretaker for a while and things like so. Sometimes what happens is we absorb things from people in the environment, and sometimes we might have some emotions, but we have to push through to, you know, go to work or to, you know, you've been a caretaker for a while, so maybe taking care of somebody or something. And like the emotions tend to have to be like something you deal with later, right? And so sometimes what happens is, you know, because a lot of that's in the solar plexus, it'll physicalize into the internal organs. And so you can have emotional releases a little bit. It's just like either it has gotten impact into the organs or something got a little stuck. Like sometimes when there's like some emotions, and when we're saying emotions here, we mean lower emotions. A lot of it's like physiological emotions. Yes. Part of how the body like tries to manage it is like the organs will clamp down a little bit for stress and emotions. And then when you start to relax them, it just comes pouring out. Like it's a kind of muscle memory, but it's smooth muscle. It's not like how you would do with your skeletal muscles. And so emotions can be there. Emotions can be impacted in there. Could be sadness, could be anger, could be frustration. Sometimes it's not even like you can go, oh, that's sadness. It's just this weird feeling that like comes out. And, you know, I've had them come out of myself where it's a feeling. I couldn't tell you what the feeling is. Like it's so kind of abstract. I'm not even sure if it's a negative feeling or a positive feeling. You know, it doesn't leave me like euphoric or anything, but couldn't tell you the source. Like just absolutely not. And, you know, and that is the issue is like there's things beyond our emotions that are in the emotional body that we might start tapping into, but initially might feel a little bit uncomfortable just because they're so strong and they're so big. And by going through and doing this, you're kind of preparing your different bodies, physical, emotional, mental body for having like deeper, stronger experiences that are associated with the emotions, but not necessarily an emotional response. But there's, I don't know what to even call it. Like it can shift your, okay, here we go. It's tied to consciousness or shifting your conscious like awareness, but it's not like how our left brain thinks like, oh, this is sadness, oh, this is grief, oh, this is anger, oh, this is about that person at the grocery store today or the person at the bank or whatever. It's just these like deeper states. And the more that you go through and really treat like the stresses and things that can plague the digestive tract, the more you're able to tap into these deeper, like I don't even like calling them emotions because I don't think they're really emotions. They're more of like these states of consciousness or states of awareness that kind of come through, especially in the emotional body. And so yeah, any version of that can kind of pop up or come up.
It felt tied to like, so I understand what you're saying. So it didn't feel emotional as much as it felt like releasing old childhood.
Yeah, could be old
things.
child. I mean, stuff could get stored in your gut from, you know, being an infant, even like, you know, definitely like little kid, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But things can get stuck in there from ages, you know, ages ago. Yeah.
And then the throats, it just started closing up. It was weird. Which
that could still be like a little bit of a fear of like it's very unconscious, but a little bit of a vulnerability, you know, because if you think about like if somebody walks into a room and just starts screaming and yelling at you, there's the words, there's the fit, but there's also an energy that gets projected. And the place that those two places that it hits the most is the gut and the throat. And it's because your body senses potential dangers and then tightens up those areas, because if those get hit or stabbed or something like that, they're potentially like life-threatening, right? And so your body will tense up those areas to try to prevent harm, like especially when another person is being aggressive. I've actually even seen it in really super bad weather has caused the gut and the throat to tense up. And so I noticed this like when the tornadoes hit Alabama, like what was that, 12, 15 years ago. There was a lot of throat and gut tensing after that. And again, your body's just trying to protect itself. So then when you go back through and you go, okay, let's unwind that. Like sometimes what happens where you feel like, anyway, the body will just register like, are we really sure that this is safe? Are we really sure? Like, I don't know about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so sometimes it takes several sessions of that. And, you know, it's not something you'd go, oh, this is a symptom. But as you go through and you start exploring the body, you realize like, I have way more tension in my throat than I realized, or I have way more tension in my gut than I realized. And sometimes it's not even your health issues, but like what kind of environment you've been in and what's been projected at you for a period of time. And even if the situation is calm now, 10 years ago it wasn't, or 20 years ago it wasn't, you know, whatever it was. And so, yeah.
Well, that's how it we got go for the throat, right?
Yeah, exactly. Go for the throat, you know. Yeah, go for the throat, go for the gut. Yeah, but go for the throat is that old saying, and it is because it's like you compromise that a little bit, and it greatly harms the person. And so, you know, I think that there's a lot more tension, not so much the neck itself, but the throat, the swallowing mechanisms, the esophagus, the trachea. I remember a few years ago, I really, like when I was doing healings, I really started focusing on the trachea, like not just the bronchioles when I'd be treating up high in the respiratory tract, the trachea. And I was amazed at how much tension was in everybody's trachea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's just a protective mechanism. You know, it just, all that means is they were exposed to, you know, whatever. And sometimes you might not even be aware that somebody's grinding on you. You know, it might be that, you know, Uncle Bob grinds on you, but not to your face when you leave. And they're super angry and hostile, but they never say anything to your face. All those things still impact you. You know, they don't register in the mind, but your body gets it. You know, your body is aware of it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
See you next weekend.
Yeah, next week.
Shared extremely calming and relaxing to mind and entire body. Another, I went inside and explored the gut. Not too much there, but still kept awareness there generally. When I went to the spine, I felt pressure at the cervical spine and breathed in the oil, and that released. As we went back to the gut, I was feeling slight pressure in the ming. Wondered if some lower emotions of which I was not aware transmuted.
Could be emotions, but you know, the Ming Men, the Ming Men is also in charge of raising the vibration of the body, and so could be physical blockages coming out as well. You know, and physical blockages, I put stress in with physical blockages a lot of times. A lot of stress is more physiological than it is psychological. And so sometimes these stresses are held in the body. And as you begin to release them, you know, some of them are coming out, you know, and just expelling out, or they're being transmuted in the body. But some of it is your body is trying to clean it up, especially when you've brought it to its attention. And so the Ming Men will start to overactivate a little bit and clean it up. It regulates usually kind of quickly, but you know, sometimes things like headaches and migraines, you know, all involve the Ming Men to a certain extent, and they're being overstimulated either because of something in the spine or stresses in the body, but usually in the gut. And so by going through and unwinding some of this in the gut, I think Samantha was saying she had like a kind of like a little bit of a slight headache when we got started. And, you know, sometimes like if she sleeps a little wrong, her neck gets a little bit of a creak. And, you know, after a couple of hours of being awake, it goes away, but, you know, she'll wake up with it and it lingers there for a little bit. You know, so we do different things to treat it and everything, but a lot of it has to do with how she positions her neck in bed. And going through and doing the thing with the digestive tract and then the spine, she said the headache went away. And so sometimes it's the gut, but what you're doing is you're going back and forth between the gut and like the nervous system, but not just how it innervates the organs, but how you're interacting with the environment. Your spine has a lot to do with interaction with the body, interaction with the environment. And so if something's off, or if the body is trying to manage something, but be it internal or external, like an old memory, a situation, something that feels a little chaotic, that's going to manifest in the spine. And so you're unwinding the impact that any of that might have on the gut by going back and forth between the spine and the digestive tract, and the throat and the digestive tract. And then you're improving neurological function to the body tissues. So however way you want to look at it, it's just unwinding the effects of those things. So unwinding the gut takes a lot of stress and tension out of the body, by the way. You know, the big area of stress is in the smooth muscle of the gut and respiratory tract. So you know, a lot can be there. Yeah.
And just to finish what they said as well, then when we went back to being aware of the spine, I felt both at the Meng and cervical spine. The more we did, the more it all let go.
Yeah. Sometimes when something's happening up in the head or the cervical spine, you'll also feel it in the low back. So, and vice versa. And so there might be a little bit of like a spinal issue, like, you know, like a misalignment or tension or something in one of those areas, or maybe a little bit of body misalignment. But even going through and doing this should actually help in resolving it.
And then go ahead, Troy.
Hey, Mr. Troy.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Hey, I was just gonna ask again about how I'm really struggling with my like cedar fever reaction pretty bad.
Okay.
And I think it was last week or the week before I asked about it, and you told me to take big doses of quercetin, to do spikenard
in the
neat.
bath.
And then I took rosemary, verbena, and terebinth, and I've been doing all those things. And actually, like for about 48 hours, that seemed to just completely nip it in the bud. But then after a couple of days, all of a sudden, I started kind of having the same symptoms over again, and I've continued the treatment, but still really struggling. And I've tried a couple of additional things too.
Yeah, like for you, like I think it hits people in different ways, but for you, it's very agitating to your skin. And so I would double down on, like, take a spikenard bath or put some spikenard in lotion or alcohol and then rub it all over the body. Like, just calm the skin down, you know, because spikenard, it's not just here like a sedative, it's balancing to the skin. And so it's going to balance the functions of the skin and how it stimulates like neurotransmitters and things like that then cause that cascading effect. And so I would try doing like a spikenard salt bath, like put like 20-25 drops in and soak in it for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. And like during these cedar times, it's just got to be a little bit of your go-to thing. Either you're putting it on with lotion, or you're doing a bath or a body tonic or something, and just, you know, just while it's there. But you know, anytime there's an allergic response, you know, there's three systems that you look at. You look at digestion, you look at the respiratory tract, but you look at the skin. And for you, even though you might be feeling it in the digestive tract or respiratory tract, your skin is way more agitated than the other areas. So if you keep that calm, it should, you know, it might not go away, because I mean, you guys get really bad cedar issues there. Because we say cedar, but it's more juniper, isn't it? Like juniper, or is it actually true
It's
cedar?
not actual cedar. Somebody's told me what it really is, and it isn't a cedar tree, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
Because they do that in New Mexico too. Like, I bought a bunch of firewood and they said cedar. I was like, oh wow, this is amazing. And it was just junipers that were like kind of shrubs that they had cut up. And I think it might be junipers or something. Yeah. But because sometimes people associate those like being in the same family. It doesn't matter. Like I would just treat the skin substantially, still do the quercetin and stuff like that, but it's the skin is what you really need to target.
So would taking like extra doses of cinnamon and cassia help with that in any way, or is that different?
The spikenard baths are probably going to be the thing that helps the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just meant like, does that have any like energetic relation to like thickening the skin with cinnamon?
Probably not.
Okay.
Like, because that's more of like the like your emotional or mental skin.
Yeah.
The thing that actually physically thickens skin is myrrh.
Myrrh.
I don't know that myrrh would help here. I mean, you could always try, but spikenard seems like a go-to thing.
Okay, I'll give that a
Yeah.
double down on that.
Maybe on lunch break, just try taking like a spikenard salt bath and see if that helps.
Will do.
Yeah.
Oh, do you think the golden seal root would help?
Always good for cleaning up mucus, always good for stimulating lymphatic movement, detoxifying, stimulating the immune response. You know, not so much for allergies, but it definitely cleans things up. You know, it's a great cleanser of the body. So anything mucousy, I always throw golden seal in the mix.
Okie doke. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Really appreciate the class. Great class. And
Yeah,
super
good.
excited to see you guys soon.
Yeah, we're gonna see you soon.
All right, take care.
Someone else shared from the practice, very enlightening. Another, I don't have any oils, just doing the mental and emotional releasing, but I was surprised I'm not feeling any gut issues, but some tingling in the spine, thoracic area, maybe behind the heart and direct behind the navel, also the spine behind the throat area. And so that was all of the shares from this practice. We still have some questions from before. Do we want to wait till?
Yeah, let's break for lunch and then we'll come back and we'll do more questions. We'll finish the day just doing all Q&A, unless we run out of things. I do have some things that I want to run you through, like that one protocol, but primary thing is answering your guys' questions. So let's take a break. It's 1:35, so we'll take an hour and a half break. We'll come back at 3:05. Everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And, you know, we did a little practice right before lunch, and we'll probably do another one before the end of the day, but let's go ahead and open it up to Q&A and go ahead. Anything goes. Like, fire away. I think we have questions from the past too, if we need to jump into those a little bit.
Yeah. Someone's asking something I'm not clear. I just want you to clarify. Are you going to cover O plus? If you'll just type in to clarify.
I don't know what that means.
Go ahead, Peggy. You just need to unmute. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna make sure so you can unmute. Just a second. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to the dentist on Monday. I may have a broken tooth. It doesn't hurt. And I don't intend to take any antibiotics if they want me to, because I'm not worried about it. But what are some good things to swish in my mouth, therefore, to avoid any infection?
Clove oil.
Which I don't intend to have.
Yeah, clove oil.
Okay, I got that. So just clove and a few drops in some water and swish it around a few times a day. Just okay. Oh, that's easy and it tastes good. I need to ask a harder question.
Yeah, no joke.
No, that'll do. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Doing good.
I was wondering if you're going to be covering IBS at all. I have a lot of clients that are coming to see me currently that have IBS.
Yeah, I was going to cover that a little bit more tomorrow because like the thing with IBS and like Crohn's and things like that is that there's not really a super clear path. You have to kind of start going down like a pathway and you're treating, but a lot of times you're having to like do what I call rotational treatments. Like you're not always doing the same thing over and over. You might do something for like a week or two and then change it up a bit. And so I was gonna like kind of knock out everybody's questions like today, and if we still have time tomorrow, or if we still have questions tomorrow, and then start talking about more involved like things like IBS and leaky gut and things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah. Irritable bowel is very, very common these days. Like it is super, super common.
Yeah. And they're coming to see me for hypnosis. So there are a lot of great processes for IBS help. And of course they all have anxiety and just,
Yeah, like I'm curious, like what's your feedback like when you go through and you look at IBS? Like, do you see any particular patterns when you're doing your hypnotherapy or?
Definitely anxiety is in there. And then often, of course, PTSD too.
Right.
I think those are probably the big ones. I mean, I also think they're pretty like intuitive and empathic. You know, so I kind of see that pattern with a lot of people too.
Okay. All right. Like the anxiety, like even doing the thing that little process that we did before lunch, you know, part of what you're doing is you're taking out some of the tension in the gut and the stress levels in the gut. And, you know, anxiety can be because of a lot of different reasons, but one of the big ones is tension in the gut. And it just does things to the nervous system that we're not like super aware of. So diminishing the tension in the gut and the tension in the smooth muscle will kind of shift some of that anxiety around and allow things to function a little bit like better or more appropriately in the gut. And you know, even if it's like a byproduct of like being in toxic situations or somebody was angry at them for a period of time, it actually even unwinds some of the body memory of some of that. So, you know, kind of going into your thing about the anxiety and potentially some PTSD or some past traumatic events, it does help unwind that. You know, I'd probably focus a little bit more on tarragon with that than some of the other ones, just because the tarragon, it balances out the parasympathetic activity and tones it and helps unwind the shock and the emotional upset, which even though the situation is past, sometimes that's still there for a very long time. It's just low grade. And it's also antispasmodic. It's just very fortifying to like lower emotions and stress responses and stress, especially held in the gut. And so even if you start off the PTSD protocol, like again, like maybe we'll visit this again tomorrow, but you know, we put out that kit and we gave a chakra pattern just to kind of keep it simple, but there is actually a much more involved approach to it. And like how we did that thing with your gut and your spine and you're checking in your body, that's actually the very first step in the more like advanced or evolved PTSD protocol. And you would do it with each oil has like a different thing you do. So that would be tarragon, and then there would be another piece for the rue, and then another piece for the hyssop, and then also the splendor. And you know, maybe at some point we do the much more involved version of that. The reason that I didn't teach it that way in the beginning is it takes a lot more one-on-one with like a person that's a practitioner or a therapist with a student. And then it's hard, like if somebody's just coming to the website,
to get that across. And so we try to keep it as simple as possible. But I don't mind going into the more involved version of it. It's just, like anything, it's therapy. Like you're having to sit down for a little period of time and do it. And a lot of times when we were giving it to practitioners, a lot of the practitioners that ended up using it weren't somebody that actually even ended up taking a class with me. They would just do the PTSD protocols. And we needed to make it as simple for them. I could have said, like, you have to take some education from us before you go through and do it. But, people are busy. We tried to help them accommodate as many people as possible. But that thing that we did was straight out of the long version of the PTSD protocol, that thing we did right before lunch.
And I think I have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. So there's the protocol, and it's available on the site, as a PDF. I think we even did like a free weekend in it one time.
Yeah, I must have it then.
Yeah, it's somewhere. But we can always revisit the long version of it that's not pattern oriented. Again, like, I keep saying this, but there's some pieces that I didn't teach because, like, I wasn't teaching certain aspects where it is a lot more interactive with individuals. And so I kind of left some of that out in the early stages, but we are getting around to that stuff. And so we might revisit the PTSD component a little bit, because, it's not just stress, but it could be trauma, and just even re-educating how the mind processes information. And so, yeah.
And doing that is a digestive protocol a good one to do?
Or
for IBS, where you focus on
yeah, like even that thing that we did right before lunch, I would run them through that, like and then I have some other things that will lay out for IBS after that. But again, there's not like really a super clear cut, like, oh, you do these 3 steps and it reduces IBS. It's one of those things where you kind of start playing with it, and it's going to be very individual from person to person. So you kind of have to treat and then evaluate, and treat and evaluate. And so for those, it's harder to say, like, do these things, but like we can talk it out so that it becomes easier to go after what it is.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Okay. And again, you guys, if you have a question, you can raise your hand in the chat, you can unmute yourself, and then I'm gonna go back to some of these earlier questions as well. How do you use terebinth for mucus? I guess I was under the impression not to take it internally. I need clarification.
Well, if you're doing mucus for the respiratory tract, you can just inhale it, a lot of long, slow, deep breaths. If there's mucus in the digestive tract and the urinary tract, I usually opt for a helichrysum a little bit more. And that's a couple drops internally. If you do want to try to use the terebinth, again, like a drop to 2 drops in water, take it internally. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a difference between taking oil in water versus taking in a gel cap?
No, it goes down a little bit farther in the gel cap down the digestive tract, but both are just different ways of getting it internal. Actually, the water is the easiest. The gel cap, it's a little bit more involved, but it's pretty solid. That's especially good if you're trying to treat things lower in the digestive tract. When I was originally taught, we would put things on like a small piece of bread, or for whatever reason, when I was being taught, we would put things on little sugar cubes, like 2 or 3 drops, and then eat the sugar cube. Any version of that would help. There was this one practitioner that I knew, medical aromatherapist, and he would always put several drops on the toothpick and then chew on the toothpick. I find that the wood like absorbs a bunch of it that way, and you don't always get the best dosage, but it's just a different way to get it in your body. So, whatever works for you.
I have clammy hands and chills for about 20 minutes after dinner. Isn't it better by, it isn't better by limiting carbs or using digestive enzymes? Any ideas what is occurring and any recommendations?
So, okay, so you're getting clammy hands and you're having a little bit, that sounds a little bit like an autonomic response. So I would have a couple of things that I would say. Let me just look something up here real quick. Okay, so this is what I would do. I would make a blend of rosemary, verbena, helichrysum, cypress, and tarragon. And the thing that this will do is it will stimulate circulation and circulatory activity after eating. And I know she said dinner, not all your meals. And so it might be that could be the time of day. It could be that you're maybe eating a little bit more at dinner time than you would at other times. But it's either affecting circulation or the autonomic nervous system. So I would try that combination. And then the other thing that I would try would be anise, just anise. Like maybe beforehand, but it sounds like it could be an autonomic response, but it also could just be a circulatory issue that your hands get cold and a little clammy. I would shoot for the cardiovascular activity, which is the formula that I gave you.
Can I just make sure I got it correct?
Mm-hmm.
Rosemary, verbena, cypress, tarragon. Am I missing
Helichrysum.
Okay.
Yeah, but you nailed it. Yeah, I can make that for you too if you want, but if you have those oils, you can just blend them equal parts together.
And for any of you guys, if you'd like him to make any particular blend, or we've talked about something you don't find it on the website, email me at plantchronicalendar@gmail.com. We're happy to make that.
I can crank it up for you, no problem. Saves you from having to buy a bunch of individual things and then mixing it together. I can just pop it together for you.
In the booklet, most of the suggestions for oils don't mention an application. Would it be a rule of thumb to assume application is internal unless it says otherwise?
For a digestive, a lot of times it's going to be internal. I mean, it's always safe inhaling it. It's always safe doing it topically, but sometimes it doesn't get at the digestive tract too intensely. So I think pretty much everything here is pretty straightforward as far as dosages. Just keep it as a casual dosage, which is usually 1 to 2 drops. And, don't take hyssop internally. Trying to see if anything else. Sage, small amounts, internals okay, but not too much. Everything else looks like it's pretty straightforward. I'm not seeing anything else that's yeah. Idaho tansy, I wouldn't take internal. It's for intermittent fevers. But for the most part, yeah.
This was, oh, go ahead, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy.
I have, I did some genetic testing to find out, SNPs and what to turn on and off and how to help them. And I found out I have a genetic thing with my liver, some pathway that it clears. I don't even understand. So, with oils, I mean, I know Greenland moss, I think is good for liver, but my problem is a little bit different. I didn't know if there's any others.
Yeah, let's hear about it. Like, what's up?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I have a genetic something. I have to be careful of certain medication. I have to show the pharmacy that it doesn't clear this pathway. So there's just a genetic thing. So it's not necessarily, but yeah, she had me do a liver detox. So obviously, however, I can support the liver. And I didn't know if Greenland moss was the only.
Greenland moss is good. Long-term, lemon is really super good.
Just straight lemon, not lemongrass?
Yeah, just straight lemon. Like lemon put in water. Like you could do kind of high dosages if you wanted to. The only issue is with lemon that 2 things is if you take really big dosages, it can be a little bit thinning to the blood. So if you get a cut, you'll bleed longer than normal or something like that. Or if you have any internal bleeding, stop the lemon for a little while. And then taking a lot of lemon internally, and when I'm saying a lot, like 15, 20 drops or something.
At a time?
In a day. The skin gets sensitive to the sun, and sometimes it will react to the sun. Usually that's topically. Like if you were to put lemon on topically and go out into the sun, it would have a reaction. But still taking it internally, you want to be like a little bit careful for it. The lemon is good. Peppermint is also very good, kind of way to start off detoxification in the liver, and it supports liver. Rosemary verbena, always good for proper liver function, helps the liver to detox a little bit. And carrot.
Now,
Carrot
Greenland isn't in that list then, or Greenland
well,
moss?
Greenland is actually at the top of that list.
Okay, so if I have Greenland moss, I don't need to add
Yeah.
any others really.
No, you're pretty good.
Okay. What about the liver blend? I'd written that down from before.
Yeah, liver blend has got several of those mixed in. Like, so liver blend is Greenland moss, helichrysum, and carrot. And I might have added one other thing.
So if I have Greenland moss, would it do me good to have a liver blend as well, or I don't really
Well,
need
I do either or.
either or? Okay.
Mhm.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah.
This one came up. It's more in reference when you were going through your particular,
Mhm.
what you do.
Mhm.
And you had mentioned, I think it was the sleep thing. It says, I must say, since the Mystic class, I had 3 or 5 days of a hard time returning to the body in the morning. Any suggestions or help with that?
Yeah, like with that, probably some rosemary verbena or basil just inhaled in the morning. You could also, if you wanted to work it something else in, cinnamon, but basically you're just jump starting the brain. A lot of times what happens is you're going a little bit more into the intuitive side of the mind, and sometimes it's harder to come back, and it just takes a little bit more time. And so the rosemary, the basil, the cinnamon, even mint, like some form of peppermint or forest mint, something like that, would help bring the mind back to the normal everyday mind. So, yeah.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Hi, Greg and Sam.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Good, good.
Your
So I had a
travel
question.
back from Seattle was all good, and
Yeah, it was good. Yeah,
good, good. It was
it
good
was good.
seeing you.
Yes, it was good hanging out with you. So I had a quick question. My sister was diagnosed with Crohn's, right?
Yes.
And the part where it's at, it's where the small intestine connects to the large intestine. And according to doctors, they say that there's really nothing that can get to that area. So they're doing this whole like infusion thing to attack the inflammation. But is that
Yeah.
the case? I mean, what about essential oils? Would there be anything that would help out with that?
Well, the two that I go to for most like really severe inflammations in the digestive tract are either German chamomile or yarrow. And I have been able to calm that down in the past in people, but you know, a lot of times that inflammation is pretty like chronic, and both of those don't really lend themselves to like long-term anti-inflammatory treatments. Those are more like short-term. So I would use those when the flare-up's bad, or from time to time just do a little tune-up. Like I do a little tune-up with German chamomile for my digestive tract, like I don't know, every 3 or 4 months, just for like about a week. I'll just take German chamomile internally every day just to reduce inflammation and everything. And it always feels so good. And then I think, God, I got to do this more often. And then I forget about it for, 4 or even 5 months. And so that's good. But then you kind of want to just start attacking the inflammation like in general in the body. So black cumin, turmeric, frankincense, frankincense and a little bit of ginger can help the precursors that like cause inflammation or the inflammatory material. So those are always good. Black cumin, myrrh, that frankincense and myrrh combination is good long-term treatment. You'll just have to start treating it and see. Like it's one of those things where you just treat and see how they respond, and yeah. It's a hard one though. It's that's the thing, like we were just talking, like things like IBS and Crohn's and leaky gut. Not everybody responds the same to treatment, and so it makes it harder from case to case, like what do I do, what do I not do. So I would start off little yarrow, little German chamomile, and then switch over to like black cumin, frankincense and myrrh, or ginger or turmeric, something like that.
Okay, thank you. And then one other thing I wanted to mention, because I know that person had asked about the difference between taking them in the capsule and internally.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the only difference is you don't have to taste it if you put it in a capsule.
That's true. And it gets a little bit further down the digestive tract.
And just if anybody wants to kind of know, like, honestly, because there's so many different sizes, but size 1 is like a good size for the capsule, because it's kind of a little bit bigger and allows you to kind of, where you're, because you kind of have to make sure that when you're putting it in there, that it's going to land in there and not on your fingers.
Right.
But so I use that, but also one of the things that I did notice, I think one time you had me like on, I'm not sure if it was absinthium or anise or something, but so I decided to put some like and keep it by my bed. Like, let me say, well, let me do 2 or 3 in a row, so I have one for each day. Well, the oils are so strong that it'll actually, like, if you leave it in there longer than a day, it'll like just,
yeah, it eats up the capsule.
it eats up the capsule. So just an FYI, like, don't do that. Like, you're gonna have to, like, if you want to take them in the capsule, like, it's got to be day of.
I used to pre-make capsules for people, and they would get them home, and in a day or two, they would just have a little bottle of oil, like, because the capsules were gone. So I know that one well.
Yeah, so just an FYI for people that I wanted to mention that. But yeah, I loved just rather using the capsules because you don't have to mess with tasting them because bay laurel tastes like perfume. It's not the greatest taste.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome. Oh, and you remember we were talking about that situation with the person that had the thing where there's like a little bit of the digestive issue, and that like sometimes treating the diarrhea might be helpful. I think cinnamon will help.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like put it in a capsule, have the person take it. Yeah, and then try the cinnamon. I think that actually is going to be what gets it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, one other question. I know we were talking a little bit about like different things that, well, you went through your whole protocol of things that you actually do, but I just wanted to check like with me, like I'm in the classroom and I just kind of like, I'm always like misplacing things, and I'm just thinking, is that like brain fatigue, or is that just because it's just the environment I'm in? Like, I'll be like, oh my God, where did I put my cell phone? Like, oh my God, where did I leave that red pen? Does anybody see that red pen? And it's just a constant. Like,
I would say you're probably a little bit overwhelmed and having a hard time focusing, because like a lot of times in like a situation like that is like you weren't conscious or aware of like when you're putting something down, you just put it down and you're probably answering a question or something like that. And so things like basil or peppermint to just increase like your ability to like focus even in times of like too much stimuli, like being overwhelmed with too much stimuli. The basil or the peppermint will help you to be able to stay focused to where, it's like, it's not like you don't remember where it's at. It's like it never got to register to go into the memory banks for you to be able to recall it. And so that is in that one moment, like being able to focus on what you're doing so that that information can be placed in the memory banks. And so basil or peppermint should help that.
okay, thank you. And I was wondering, like being around the type of kids that I work with, like, does that have anything to do with it? Like, am I picking up like
more overstimulation, too much information? You're having to pay attention to a much higher degree than like if it was just regular kids in, you have special needs kids. And so like you literally can't put your guard down, and your attention is just constantly being pulled away. So the higher potential for brain fatigue and higher potential for distraction would be there. So again, the basil, the peppermint, if you feel like the brain fatigue setting in, do maintenance with sage, several drops of sage on the wrist. Man, I do sage all the time. Like I just scatter bottles of sage throughout the house, and just wherever I sit down, I look down like, here's my sage right here. Like I have one at the desk, I have one at the coffee table, I have one next to the bed. I have one even in where I'm blending that is, like just something I can put on. And then I have one in my travel bag. And they're all different sages, but they're all kind of the same. Like, I have Dalmatian sage over there, but sage triloba over there, and none of that matters. It's just that it helps to offset the brain fatigue, and it's a very good, like sage is considered a cure-all. It does a lot of different things for the body. Sage is also very anti-inflammatory, and so that's one thing that like I forget about sometimes is how anti-inflammatory sage could be, but also fortifying and strengthening even to the adrenals. And so you're reducing inflammation, you're fortifying the body, you're reducing brain fatigue. It's really one of those oils that is, man, it's a go-to oil.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. It makes a lot of sense because like this is the first year that we're mixing students like by level.
Yeah.
According to studies, that they can learn better like off each other versus we used to have them by levels, but with this new coordinator we have, he wants to really work on mixing everybody. So it is a lot different because you're having all different levels, you know.
Yeah, like you have to have your guard on all the time. Like, you know, parents and teachers, like that's just a thing. Like you just can't ever feel like you're down. You know,
Thank you so much.
that's very fatiguing. You know,
Yeah,
that's very,
definitely.
very exhausting. You know, on the flip side of that, like when you want to be able to let go of that is you know, things that are relaxing. But I find even like a Lemmy or Cape Snowbush kind of helps me let go of that as well. You know, just when your attention's just on something for a period of time. And if I feel like I can't wind down, I use like Kava Kava or Spikenard, something like that.
Okay, because yeah, yesterday I know I texted Sam. I said I really didn't get a chance to work on like the notes at work. Like there's sometimes where I can like, you know, like squeeze stuff in like during my lunch or conference, but I wasn't able to. It was kind of like really busy till I got home. So let me rest for a little bit, then I'll hit the notes. But yeah, it's a little bit different this school year for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gotten a lot better, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But just
Still,
the first half, yeah, was really
yeah.
really rough.
Still an issue though, and it's always, I mean, any teacher has that potential, but I would say special needs and teachers have it a little bit more so, just because you're really having to be extra, I don't know what you call it. Like you just have to pay attention to a much higher degree because it's not just like, are they learning? And it's like, what are they putting in their mouth? What are they doing this? Are they touching somebody? You know, it's just all those kinds of factors where it just seems like it's a lot.
Yeah, and
Like
then plus I have
I
that
couldn't do
little
it. Like I couldn't do
plus
it.
I have
Like,
that little school store in my classroom, and so I have to watch them also from not stealing. So it's like another additional task.
yeah, yeah. Like I couldn't do it. It would be too overwhelming. Like I'd get overwhelmed really quick. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Shadananda, then Christine.
Hey, Greg, I'm piggybacking on the Crohn's and IBS. So I have a client that is 13. It's been tested for every digestive possible ailment under the sun. He doesn't have any of them, but he has, but there's Crohn's in the family. Mom has Crohn's. His brother just had major surgery to repair from Crohn's. So he's 13 and he's very small for his age. So I'm wondering, is the protocol that you just stated, or testing or having his mom work around with those oils and see how he responds? Right now he's having chronic diarrhea no matter what he eats. And the doctor has recommended that he just stay on a liquid diet because everything's irritating his system. So now he's not even really getting much nutrition because he's just on
Right. Okay, so give me a rundown again. So he's how old?
13.
And 13. And like he's having a little bit of failure to thrive a little bit, like he's not hitting the size standards for his age.
Oh yeah, he's very small. I mean he's autistic. He's got ADHD.
Oh, he is autistic. Okay.
Mhm. Moderate functioning autistic, ADHD. They thought he had a gluten allergy, but that's not it either. He can, and so matter of fact, so they ruled out everything, and they'll let him start eating whatever he wanted, and all of a sudden he gained like 25 pounds in the blink of an eye, and then the diarrhea started.
Well, I mean, in given the age and everything, you also want to kind of do a thing where you want to be able to give treatment, but not make it too overwhelming and not make it be a whole thing unto itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so you want to keep it as minimal as possible, but minimal with the biggest bang for your buck.
Right.
And you know what I mean? And so, like, as I sit and think this out, given his age, there'd be two things that I would go to for this. And you know, they treat a lot of different aspects, and so I'll give you my rationale of it. And this is what I would say about that. Rationales are great, but if they don't clinically provide relief, then I ditch them. Like, you know, it's one thing to have the rationale or like, oh, I think this is going to help. But, you know, some of these cases, you just start playing with things, waiting for something to pop. So I start with my rationale, but I'm very aware that half the time it's out the window.
Right.
You know, but even that will tell you pieces of information like what they responded to and what they didn't respond to will also give you pieces of information that can make the treatment more appropriate. So this is what I would say about this is, like, I'm leaning towards 2, but maybe even possibly 3, but let's just talk it out. So first off is, you know, we have his size, his failure to thrive. You have the autistic component in there. And then you have the digestive issue and the diarrhea. And so part of what we want to do is we want to establish that he's digesting and assimilating his food. We want to stimulate proper peristalsis, which is like muscle movement or rhythm through the digestive tract. And if he was not eating very much and having to do more like soft foods or like a liquid diet for a while, I guarantee you that that movement is not good. Like, you know, it's like if you never exercised and you sat on a chair all the time and then somebody said, okay, now get up and run a marathon. You know, him not eating very much, having a liquid diet or a real gentle diet, and then just eating whatever he wants is like getting up and running that marathon. It's like, even if he pulled it off, now he's sore afterwards. Like, you know what I mean? So the part of it is a bunch of food hit his system and his digestive tract really wasn't used to processing that kind of food or that amount of food. And so, and then you have the diarrhea itself and potential infection. I mean, that's the thing with Crohn's disease is there can be inflammation, but there's also usually some low-grade infections and things. And so I would give him cinnamon internally. You can put it in water and you can put it in juice, but for one, it's a body stimulant. So it's going to stimulate all the body's processes. 2, it's going to re-educate the peristalsis or the rhythm or muscular movement associated with digestion for the digestive tract. So even if his system wasn't used to processing that, it will jumpstart the muscle contractions and the rhythm through the tract so that when he does eat, it helps. So right there, you're getting a potential for reduction of diarrhea, the improved muscle contraction and movement or peristalsis, and then it's stimulating all the processes in the gut. And there's got to be a little bit of fatigue there. It's going to offset the fatigue. And you know, one thing cinnamon is good for is it's good for fighting viruses and bacteria, especially in anything that is potentially infectious. And so here it might not be infectious, but still there's probably some low-grade infection in there. And so it just helps the body like fight all of these things off. And it will probably offset a little bit of the autism. autism and like Asperger's, things like that. It's overstimulated to the environment and a lot of turned inward. And so it helps them to not be so overstimulated by the outward stimuli. You could augment some of this with sage, just because the sage is a good like cure-all, which means it does a bunch of things in the body. It's anti-inflammatory, but it also calms down the sensory nerves. But if you only had to choose one thing in this area, I'd do the cinnamon, right? Then the next thing that I would switch to is I would give them 3 wise men, or frankincense and myrrh mixed together. And there's several reasons why. So for one, very strong anti-inflammatory. It's going to reduce inflammation, and both the myrrh and the frankincense are also good for treating infection, right? So you're reducing inflammatory material and inflammation. You're potentially fighting off infection and viruses. You're also stimulating lymphatic movement, but you're also balancing out part of the autonomic nervous system, which there's going to be some sort of disruption in the gut because of everything going on. So again, Crohn's disease, I also like to treat as like a stress-plagued digestive tract. So here you could probably get away with just doing it with the 3 wise men, but you might want to throw in a little tarragon or ANS support to augment, just to reduce the tension in the gut. Like you have to think of a lot of times with situations like this, it's like PTSD, but of the gut. Like the gut is like gotten so stressed out that it just gets easily triggered, like with whatever, simple stimuli, too much food, not enough food, a little bit of infection, heat variations in the environment. I mean, it could be all kinds of things, right? Emotional, mental stimuli. And so, the 3 wise men will help, but using a little tarragon or ANS support will help undo that stress-plagued effect on the digestive tract. And the other big one is, the other concern is the failure to thrive. And here it's like growth, bone density, things like this. And the cinnamon will help, but augmented with the 3 wise men, his endocrine system might be within normal parameters, but I guarantee you his endocrine system isn't on par with his other systems. Anytime you see stunted like growth or not hitting certain markers, or I even go to like when people are slower to develop with speech and things like this when they're younger, I always look at that as like an endocrine issue. Like I go after the endocrine system before I go after anything else. And here, just from the bits that you've told me, I think there's an endocrine deficiency. There might not be an endocrine disorder, but there's an endocrine deficiency here that would even affect their mind, their behaviors, their emotional states, their ability to communicate, interact with their environment, but also affects the failure to thrive. Failure to thrive just means they're not growing. Like they're not growing the way everybody else grows. And so I would give him pretty big dosages of the 3 wise men. That he's 13, 5 or 6 drops twice a day, very, very easily. And I would say within a week to 2 weeks, you would probably start to notice even personality differences or behavioral differences. Like you can just tell they feel better, they're a little bit more outgoing. The autism throws it off a little bit, but I'd still say that, you can still get somebody who's autistic to be able to break out of their normal patterns. And does he have like foods that he specifically likes to eat and eats them really repetitively? And
Actually, no. When he's allowed to eat, he'll eat anything.
oh, good for him.
I work with a lot of kids who do what you just said, but he's not
Yeah,
one.
autistic kids, I mean, it's not all the time, but they can get like in their little routines, like,
Yep.
you know, this is my jam when it comes to eating.
Yep.
And that
I have
he's
kids that live off of chicken nuggets.
exactly, or like yogurt and 7-Up, or like
Yep.
they'll have,
Yeah.
you know, something with it's got to have ketchup, or like, you know, it's just weird little things. And so that makes me think that it might even be more so even a little bit of an endocrine issue with the autism. Like I wonder if we jump started endocrine function, if some of the autistic tendencies might diminish. Actually, it doesn't always happen, but it happens. You know, enough to like say that it's always a thing to explore with autistic kids. But you know, I was going to say, you know, and then I was going to say, you don't know, like you just don't know until you treat. So I would do the cinnamon and the 3 wise men. And then if you can do more, the third thing would be, I mean, you can treat the stress plaque gut, but the other thing that I would say, like if I was to add a third thing, is probably palmarosa. And the cinnamon kind of hits it a bit with the like you're trying to stimulate friendly bacteria and diminish negative bacteria, you know, because there is potential or propensity for like infections in things like Crohn's and IBS and things, and so the cinnamon's probably already hitting it, but if you wanted to reinforce it, I like the long-term use of palmarosa. It's soft, it's gentle, and it really helps to stimulate the friendly bacteria while diminishing the negative. And one of the ways that you can even see that that's working, and this sounds kind of weird, but you can tell by the body smell of the person. Like it's not that they'll even smell bad when they need it, but you know, with things like Crohn's and irritable bowel, that's always a potential. But you know, you can have them. I mean, if you want to test this, one of the things is you'll have them like smell their armpits, and then over a period of time, treating it with palmarosa, the odor under the armpits and things like that actually diminishes quite substantially, because you are changing you know, the foundational bacteria in the gut, and some of the odor and the scent goes away, and so it just shows also that there can be potential toxicities in other parts of the body, not just there because of the digestive tract. And by going through and treating it, it starts to show like the body's trying to get rid of it through sweating or through lymphatic function or something like that. I find it to be helpful. It wouldn't be the primary thing that I would do, but I would have it in the mix. It doesn't have to be there right off the bat. You know, you're getting them to do 2 big things with the other cinnamon and the 3 wise men. And so if you can get them to do a third, that's great. I mean, here, everything is going to be kind of internal. So it's, you know, gauge your audience or your patient. And, you know, cinnamon, you could probably get away with like a drop to 2 drops a day, like in water. The 3 wise men, 4 or 5 drops twice a day. And then the palmarosa, if they do that, 1 to 2 drops in water daily. That would be my routine for that person for a while. You know, we want the diarrhea to go away, but even with, let's see, I had something for chronic diarrhea and I can't remember what it is. Yeah, see, even for chronic diarrhea, cinnamon. Yeah. The thing is like when somebody has had diarrhea for like years and years and it's just not going away, or it's just chronic, at least several months. Occasionally what I've had to do, and sometimes this is even like with healings, between the substances and healings, it still will take a little bit of time, is I switch from cinnamon and I go to sandalwood for just a little short amount of time. And the sandalwood will potentially knock it out, but then I switch back over to cinnamon shortly after that. So yeah, cinnamon is a pretty good shot there. It's a lot of bang for your buck. It does a lot of different things. You can always inhale it a bunch, but when kids aren't hitting their markers, like when they're having the failure to thrive, unless they're real little kids, I usually do the cinnamon and the 3 wise men. And if it's a little kid, I still do the 3 wise men, but instead of cinnamon, I use thyme linalool. And when I say little, like under 6 or 7 years old. After that, I treat them like an adult, just with milder dosages. So 13, I would treat them like an adult. After about age 10, I mean, this gets complicated, but like in their 8 or 9, if their bodies are big, you can treat them like an adult. If they're smaller, still child size, you still treat them as a child, but at age 10, you kind of treat everybody as an adult.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might have this part wrong, but is cinnamon one of the oils that dominates?
Yes, it can be a very dominant oil.
So
So
should I have them take it separately?
separately. Yeah.
Different times a day?
Yeah, just even 2 minutes apart. Like it doesn't have to be that far apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and you had mentioned prior to Palmarosa, you mentioned ANS or tarragon to soothe the trauma of the gut. So
The stress of the gut. Yeah. I mean, if he can do that, you already have him doing a lot. Like if he's having a hard time tolerating things, I'd go to that first. Or like you calm down the diarrhea, and does he have a lot of anxiety, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, I say don't do that, and then there's reasons why to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the anxiety actually might even be resolved with the cinnamon and the 3 wise men, but the ANS support will probably get you there faster. And you could have him take that internally, but what you could do with that is you could run him through kind of what we just did before lunch, where you go, okay, find that spot in your gut, and then go to your spine. Where do you feel tightness in your spine? And just kind of walk them through those parts, and it will unwind a lot of tension that potentially can cause anxiety by going through and doing that. And you're helping whatever other treatment you do work better, by going through and unwinding the gut with that little, like, I don't know what you call it, meditation / healing session. And so, he's already doing a bunch of things internal, like maybe that's one that he could just do inhalation and call it good and not have to worry about it. It still would rehab the gut, but he's already got so many other things going on. I hate for him to be like, where his liquid diet now is water and essential oils.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Keep me posted on that. If we need to adjust, I mean, some of that is you just like look at symptoms and keep adjusting, and that's why there's not like a super clear path. But given his age, given everything that we're talking about, I think this is pretty solid. And if something doesn't work, that also tells us something that makes whatever potentially is there a little bit easier to treat with this wave of information.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Christine.
Hi, Greg. Thank you for
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm new to this, and I don't have a cupboard full of oils or anything at home.
That's okay.
I do have used some herbal supplements and teas and things like that.
Okay.
I
Perfect.
have a diagnosis of pancreatic insufficiency and gastritis as of like 5 years ago,
Okay.
and was recommended a FODMAP diet and
Okay.
prescribed Creon, which is a really expensive drug that has the 3 digestive enzymes in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I also take a daily over-the-counter turmeric tablet.
Oh, good.
And I do put just regular cinnamon in my coffee every morning.
Oh, good.
Things are not really too bad. Often after eating, I have pain where my stomach empties out, into the intestine. I don't know if that's where it is, or the pancreas, or where all of that stuff is. So I don't know if I were to start some oils or to use other herbs or things, what would you recommend?
Okay, so let's just revisit this. So you have pancreatic insufficiency, correct? And
Yes.
then you have any other hormonal or endocrine issues?
Not that I've been told.
Okay, they've tested your thyroid, they've looked at adrenals, they've looked at anything that's jumped out. The only thing that's come up is your pancreas.
I honestly do not know if I've been tested on all those other things.
Have you seen an endocrinologist?
No.
Okay. All right. So and then you have gastritis, and the gastritis has been going on for about 4 or 5 years, you said?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had kind of a flare up with the pancreas thing, like 5 or 6 years ago, or that's when it started, when I had a really, really high stress thing happen. And I've been kind of wishing that the whole thing would heal up and I wouldn't have to take any medicines and stuff like that. But so far it hasn't completely. But if I watch my diet, and am a good girl and don't eat too much and, at a time and things like that, my digestive system can handle it fairly well.
What happens if you're not a good girl or you eat too much? What happens?
Then there's more pain, and it takes a while for everything.
Like physical pain.
Physical pain in that area, and the left, kind of the
You
left
get
side
dizzy, lightheaded, clammy.
not that I've noticed. It's just physical pain there, and then there's an impact on my stools.
Meaning they're loose, they're hard, they're sticky.
Yeah, sometimes anything. They can do anything. They can just be a whole.
They'll just be out of the ordinary. Yeah. Okay, so abnormal stool. Okay, so a couple of things. The big thing that I would really like to go after with something like this is the pancreatic insufficiency. Like I think that's probably even causing some of your other issues. And so with that, the reason why I was asking you about other endocrine issues is, the endocrine system is a little bit different than some other systems. Sometimes you have to go through and like jumpstart the whole endocrine system and then treat the localized area, like, here, this gland, or sometimes you can just treat the gland. And so let's talk it out, and then we can give you like options, right? So if you feel like, if we think that the endocrine system is functioning fine, but the pancreas is the thing that's lacking, is a weakened or insufficient pancreas is best treated by this oil called cypress. And, not any of the fancy cypresses, just your normal everyday cypress. And you do need to take it internally. The thing with cypress is it's very good for jumpstarting the pancreas and fortifying a weakened pancreas or an insufficient pancreas. And it also is very good for like cleanup. It helps with accumulations in the body. So accumulations are just like excess fluid, but also like stagnant lymph in different parts of the body, which could be because of the inflammation in the digestive tract or is causing the inflammation in the digestive tract. So, normally with something like this, we do like a casual dosage, like maybe 1 or 2 drops a couple times a day. With pancreatic insufficiency, I usually like to go 5 or 6 drops of cypress like 2 times a day. And cypress is one of those oils that's really super well tolerated. Like it's almost hardly has a scent. Like it has a real like slight scent to it. It really doesn't have a super strong taste. Easily you could go to bigger dosages, but I'd rather like to see this treated over a period of time rather than just a big dosage and trying to radically shift it quickly. I'd rather like slowly like get it to normalize over a period of time. I think you'll produce longer lasting results that way. And so I would do cypress like twice a day, like probably about 5 drops. And you could just put it directly in the mouth or in water. I mean, it's such a mild taste that even directly in the mouth won't usually bother somebody. But if you want, you can just put a little tiny glass of water and then shoot it down. Definitely twice a day. If you feel that it's improving, you could increase the dosage, but maybe talk with me first before you increase the dosage. I think 5 twice a day is pretty solid. If you thought that the endocrine system was also a little deficient, which is very possible. Like anytime there's an endocrine issue, like it starts to be 50-50, like maybe the endocrine system's okay, maybe it's not, and it just needs a jump start. And so whenever we want to support the endocrine system as a whole, you have several choices. You can do lemon verbena, you can do lemon verbena is a good regulator, lavender complex, a good regulator, endocrine support, a good regulator. But here we want to kind of jumpstart the glands. And so going back to what we were talking about just here a few minutes ago, 3 Wiseman would be your best bet. Like when you really want not so much regulation, but you just want to jumpstart all the glands to function as best they could, as well as you're helping to increase and improve the function of the hypothalamus, which is how the autonomic nervous system and endocrine system communicate with each other, is via the hypothalamus. The frankincense and myrrh, or what I'm calling the 3 Wiseman, is your best bet. And so you would take the cypress, and then a minute or 2 afterwards you would take the 3 Wiseman. I would probably just do the cypress for a bit just to see if your body responds. If it doesn't, then you probably need to step it up a notch and do the 3 Wiseman and jumpstart the whole system, and then still treat the pancreatic insufficiency.
Are there any particular symptoms that indicate that the endocrine system isn't working very well?
Well, like slow thinking, foggy thinking, fluctuation in emotions.
Okay.
There is some like physical symptoms, but it would be dependent. Like it could be that, like how we were talking about before, like the younger person, what are they, like 12 or 13, and they had failure to thrive. Body functions wouldn't be quite functioning like they should, but it would depend. Like, if it was the thyroid, it would be a set of symptoms. If it was the pituitary, it would be a set of symptoms. But a part of our mental faculties are our endocrine system functioning through the brain. And so one of the easiest ways to go through and look is, okay, or my cognitive function's okay? Am I having a hard time processing certain pieces of information where it just doesn't click? It's not like you're thinking about it and can't come up with the answer. It's like the brain can't even engage the process.
I'm not really having that.
You do or you don't?
I don't.
Okay, so I would probably just do like what we're saying is like probably just treat with Cypress right off the bat, see how you respond. As far as the gastritis, when you're having a flare up, I'm thinking this out for a second. Okay, so when you're having a flare up, German chamomile or yarrow can be good when there's a lot of inflammation, when there's pain, when you suspect there's even a little bit of bleeding, anything like that. The German chamomile, yarrow in water, and you drink it, should calm that down pretty quickly. Now, it's not the best long-term treatment, but like when you have a flare up, it's a go-to thing. It is nice, it's soothing, it reduces inflammation, it calms everything down, all those kinds of things. Long term, I would probably long term for this to reduce gastritis, I'd probably go ginger.
I drink a lot of ginger tea.
You do? Do you find any comfort when you like in your gut?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably bump up the ginger then, especially if you're already finding some benefit.
Mhm.
Bump it up. Either increase the amount of tea that you're drinking in the day by 2 or 3 times, or a drop or 2 of oil and water. Still drink your tea, but a drop or 2 in water daily with the ginger, and that should help reduce some of the inflammation in the gut.
Thank you. And I do have another question
Yeah,
about
fire away.
whether you have a course that might relate to, the plants themselves, the herbs. I have a garden and I'm very, very interested in putting medicinal herbs in there and just being around those plants, but also possibly, chewing a leaf or something like that. What do you think about that? And do you offer anything that guides people?
I haven't. I used to teach something like that a very, very, very long time ago, like 25 or 30 years ago. Chewing the plant, like it's good, but like we were saying before, like a drop of oil, like for example, with rose oil, it's 28 roses to make 1 drop of oil. So you're getting a super potent form of it. Like chewing the leaf that's fresh is good, but it's still not the same potency as before. But there are certain things that sometimes you might not need the potency. Like a good example is you start to have a little bit of a sore throat and you chew on a little piece of turmeric, and a lot of times that will knock the sore throat out. And so you could have done it with oil, but you did it with just chewing on there. So sometimes there is a time and a place for that. For like things in the garden and stuff. I mean, I always kind of shoot for like those traditional European plants that are in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Sage, rosemary, basil,
Mm-hmm.
tarragon, marjoram, just those classic European herbs. Those are always a good thing to have in the garden.
Yeah.
Parsley. Yeah. But at this point, I haven't taught a class like that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We can keep it in the mix, though. We can.
If others are interested. Yeah. Thank you.
Who's not interested in their garden?
Thank you.
You're so.
And then go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Miss Cindy.
Hi, back again.
My son, he's 33, but he still suffers with acne and depression. And, I think the depression's probably is related to acne, but also could be digestive. So my question, I guess,
Yeah.
is, what protocol or oils could you use to help maybe improve absorption or whatever?
How bad is his acne?
Well, it's bad enough to scar, and it's still
Okay.
all over his back and arms, and he's well out of that age range.
Okay, give me just a second here.
Greg, in the etheric healing booklet, you have a big section of acne. There's a bunch of choices there under the lymphatic section, just an FYI.
Okay.
Yeah, we have tried, things like through the lymphatic and then the hard drugs like Accutane. And so I was just wondering if digestion and absorption might be a factor as well.
Okay, this is kind of what I would do for something like this. I would treat it in a couple of different ways. First off, I would have him take Pomarosa internally. Again, this helps with a lot of like itises, itis meaning like things that just get inflamed, but especially in the digestive tract, this can be helpful. And it does help to detoxify the body, and it kind of detoxifies the skin from the inside out. And so especially things like chronic acne and things like that, I would look at having him take a little bit of Pomarosa internally on a daily basis. Like that he's got it going on, and he's that age and it's still happening. I'd probably do 2 or 3 drops twice a day for him. The other thing that I would add is maybe once a day in the morning, like a couple of drops independently, a couple of drops of peppermint. And that's just to stimulate some liver detoxification. And then he could do like mild washes, like on the either adding it to a little bit of soap, or like put a couple drops in like the thing of water that he's going to wash his face at the end of the day, using like tea tree or Neoli. Tea tree or Neoli, I'd stick with that. Cajaput might help. I do Neoli. You could even do lavender, but tea tree is pretty good when it comes to acne. Like it just kind of cleans everything up, and is like it's on his back. It's not just his face, right? So it's not just always oily, or is he real oily?
No, it doesn't seem to be oily.
Okay.
It's less on his face than it is on his back and arms.
Okay. Yeah, I would do that, like have him do like baths and maybe tea tree or lavender, Neoli, and then Pomarosa internally, and a few drops of peppermint in the morning internally. And I mean, let that go like 21 to 30 days. And then let's see how he's doing, and we can adjust, but that's definitely the place that I would start. Sometimes you can do milder forms of thyme on the skin, but I like the idea of tea tree right off the bat.
All right. We'll give it a shot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me find this one. This is my first time at one of your workshops. Would you talk some about how these oils work? I think maybe I could be mistranslating, but how do they work? Like, how do essential oils work?
Just I mean,
Or maybe if you could clarify,
yeah,
you can type.
maybe clarify just a little bit, like how, like each one of these oils works, or how essential oils work in general, or.
In general, do they affect subtle energy system, or is it a chemical level?
Oh, okay, I see. So whenever you're working with essential oils, you get both. You get the chemistry of the plant and then the energetics of the plant. And you know, you could say that essential oils are not produced by every plant. They're produced by a lot of plants, but not every plant. And it's produced in different parts of the body of the plant. And so it's usually a reaction to trying to thrive in their environment. So sometimes it's trying to protect itself from the heat or lack of water, or to keep it from getting eaten by insects or by deer, or, you know, whatever it is, ward off or fend off other plants. You know, there's all these different things. And so the essential oils are a byproduct of the plant trying to survive in the environment. And so from there, you have an energetic component and you have a physical component. So anytime you are putting it on your skin, ingesting it or inhaling it, you're getting some of those molecules in. You know, ingesting it, obviously it's getting in through the digestive tract, through the skin. It's going through the pores of your skin and, you know, going through the fatty tissues and eventually making it into the bloodstream or the blood supply. And so you're getting the energetics and the chemistry there. And so you see that, like, sometimes the same plant in different regions will slightly have different chemistry or different chemotypes. And so, like, we keep talking about rosemary and then rosemary verbena, same plant, but it's a different chemotype because of the environment, and then it adjusted and adapted and caused a different set of molecules in the organism that changed actually its name. So it adapted that much. And so when you inhale the plant, you are getting in the chemistry, because how you smell the plant, you're smelling the molecules. Those molecules are tied to its chemistry, like you're smelling the chemistry basically. And so as you inhale it, you get it down into your respiratory tract, into the lungs. Blood passes through that. And as the blood passes through your lungs, the chemicals from the plants mix with your blood and hit your bloodstream. So inhaling is a great way to get essential oils into the system. Now, to take it a step further, part of your wiring, part of your nervous system and the olfactory part of your nervous system is tied to shifting and changing behavior and shifting and changing thought processes based on scent, right? So you have an extra benefit when you're inhaling the plants, that you're tapping into some of your wiring as a human, that helps you to shift your physiology, your behavior, and your mind based on the chemistry of the plants, right? Then you also have the energetic of the plants. So there's a subtle energy both of the plant, and then certain plants attract certain kind of energies, you could say, from the environment or from like deities or angelic beings, you know, divas, whatever you want to call them. And so there's an energy that actually can also run through the plant. And so this is a little bit more directable, like how we were doing that protocol before lunch, where you were putting your awareness on your digestive tract and then on your spine as you were inhaling, and then different parts of the body. Yes, you're getting your chemistry in, but you're not directing the chemistry to those parts of your body. You're directing the energetics to that part of your body. And, sometimes they're a little bit more cleansing, sometimes they're more fortifying, sometimes they have a regenerative quality for them, sometimes they're just soothing. So, it can be different, and sometimes it depends on what system you're directing them to, and if or when they're mixed with something else, they can also produce some different results. And, essential oils versus just herbs. Essential oils also have the ability to shift and adapt because it is tied to the plant's vitality. It is tied to the plant's ability to shift and change. And so there's a certain degree of life force that's in the plant that is not necessarily with herbs. Like herbs kind of do what they do. Essential oils can do what they do and also shift a little bit, depending on your attention. And, working with stones, you can do that a little bit. Working with plants, you can do that a little bit. Working with essential oils, you can do it a lot. And so, you're getting kind of the best of both worlds. Just energy medicine produces a result, but sometimes it needs the physical component to physicalize. Sometimes physical medicines work really well, but they still need a little bit of an energetic component. Essential oils are really that thing that does both. It's an energetic and a physical component, both in the same time. And, being in holistic circles for the last 30 years or so, 35 years, God, I'm getting old. You talk to somebody about meditation, or you talk to somebody about energy healing, or even herbs or vitamins, or whatever it is. There's some people are into it, and there's some people that are like, yeah, I don't know about that. You get the arms folded and the whole bit. And this just goes to show how well that sense of smell can shift your awareness and behavior. Go up to somebody in your family who's not into anything holistic, and you put a bottle of lavender or eucalyptus or something, myrtle, in front of their nose, and you go, here, smell this. And they go, yeah, I'm not into all that stuff. They'll inhale it, and people who are not into anything holistic still have a strong sense of smell. They'll poo-poo it, so to speak, and then you stick it in front of them and they take a long, slow, deep breath. So one of the things, back in the day, long time ago, I used to do corporate consulting and things, and it wasn't about healing, it was more about group dynamics and people getting along. And so I would diffuse oils in the boardrooms when we were having a meeting about resolving conflict. And one of the go-to ones there is hyssop. You put hyssop in there, and it just allows for everybody to get along a little bit better. It stops the back and forth of escalating with the arguments and things like that. It decreases the potential for absorbing negativity from other people. There's all kinds of reasons why to use that. And, some of the things that we were doing was we were helping engineering firms during mergers. And so these engineering firms were almost always all retired military guys. And so when it come to a merger, I'm laughing. It wasn't funny at the time. Oh, God, they could fight with each other. They just, man, they would dig in and fight. And a lot of times they were actually saying the same thing. They just were not going to listen to the other side. They would just dig their heels in. I don't care what you're saying. I'm not doing it. And so I would put 2 or 3 diffusers into this boardroom, and I'd put a big rose quartz ball in the middle of the table itself and all of this stuff. And, these retired colonels or whatever would walk in and they'd go, what's that smell? Like, you could see the look of disgust on their face. And, I always told the CEO, you say one of two things. It's either for stress relief, or you say it's to prevent colds and flus. And so they'd come in and you go, what's that smell? And you go, oh, it's just something to prevent colds and flu. And they'd go, ah, and then go have a seat every time. And so even people that are hardcore against anything holistic, you throw a bottle of something in front of their nose and they can't help but smell. And so it really kind of goes to show how well we can shift based on our wiring of our nervous system to our sense of smell. And it's not just the subtle, it's just not the chemistry, but it's also shifting the nervous system, allowing it to break out of a pattern where it can adapt. Because the issue is that in with the nervous system is what we would call the righting reflex. So when the nervous system starts doing something that it shouldn't, it's adjusted and adapted to something, and it's got action or activity that really is not good for it, but it can't break out of it. The more it does it, the harder it is to break out of it. It's called the righting reflex. It's just always adjusting and adapting. It never goes, oh, let's get back to where we were, not where we're at right now. Let's just stop and go back and do a little reboot. Your nervous system never does that unless you manually do that. And so with that, one of the ways to do that very quickly is the sense of smell. Sense of smell. And so you're getting a lot of bang for your time and energy that you're putting in. So you're getting the chemistry, you're getting the subtle energies, you're getting the shift within the nervous system that makes the body more compliant to the healing process.
What is good for food poisoning? How often can you take it?
Basil, and I would say every 30 minutes until the symptoms resolve. Couple of drops in water, and like a lot of times if it's really bad, I put it in water and mix it, and then I just start spooning it to have the person spoon it to themselves. If they can drink a whole glass, great, and if not, just start spoon feeding the basil water to them, and then as it starts to feel better, they can do more and more. But basil works amazing for food poisoning, amazing.
Will Greenland moss remove medication from the body? So do not need to be careful.
No, Greenland moss will not. The things that will remove medications from the body are things like St. John's wort, echinacea, golden seal, the herb golden seal, potentially could. Back in the day when they first started doing drug tests for, whatever substance, from the workplace, there was a big spike in golden seal because people could be naughty all weekend, take golden seal on Monday and pass the test on Monday or Tuesday. So I would say that probably works for medication as well. The only reason I knew that was, I've always liked golden seal, and I went to this health food store where I knew the owner, and we would just always have chit chats. And she goes, "I noticed you buy a bunch of golden seal, but you're a therapist. Like, why are you having to take that for drug tests?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she told me like almost all the golden seal sales in her thing was people trying to pass drug tests. And so I was like, yeah, I'm old school. I use it for mucus. Yeah. It's one of the best, like in the herbal realm, immune stimulants, and one of the best things for mucus that you can take herbally. And she only thought it was for passing drug tests. So
Grapefruit, somebody.
yeah, grapefruit seed, grapefruit, it would to a little bit. The thing with grapefruit is you don't want to take it with certain heart medications, and you don't want to take it with allergy medications, because it's not so much that it drains it out of your body, but it neutralizes some of those medications. It just makes them not effective. Yeah, but that's a weird anomaly. Yeah.
I see the booklet has geranium for inflammation in the throat and mouth.
Mhm.
Is this put in the mouth?
Yeah. Even a little bit internally, but you could do it with a gargle.
And why not clove or bay laurel for this?
Well, I have to see what we're looking at.
It was inflammation in throat and mouth. If the person who asked wants to type in the page so it's easy for us, you can.
Page 11.
I'm still in the whole thing. 11. Yeah, that's not so, like they were wanting to know bay laurel, or what was the other one?
It was the clove.
Clove, not so much. Like clove is good for things like infections and things in the gums. The bay laurel is good for cleaning up the negative bacteria and things in the mouth, and also reducing lymph nodes, so it would reduce things like sore throats and things like that. Turmeric would also be for a sore throat as well. But this is more of just like inflammations, and so geranium actually works good for this. You could do German chamomile, but I find that the German chamomile, or excuse me, the geranium works a little bit better spot specific here. Like sometimes you'll see like the tongue might swell a little bit because of allergies. It's not necessarily because of a blunt lymph node or infection in the gums or anything like that. It's just, part of an allergic response. And geranium, it can have an anti-inflammatory effect, but it also is very good for fortifying and calming adrenals. And so it's having an impact somewhat because of allergies in this particular arena.
Is a grayish tongue inflammation?
Well, I would just say swollen, like if it's grayish. That's like poor blood supply, or yeah. What is that? Poor blood supply. Yeah, that means something. I can't remember what it is. I'll try looking that up to see. I have it in my notes somewhere, but I can't recall what that means.
And this next one, it might be, someone else, just to keep in this vein for now. Flat spots on the tongue.
I'd have to look up on my notes. Yeah. I went through a little phase where I was doing tongue analysis, but it was a very long time ago. So, yeah.
And so this one, it might be something you answer tomorrow, but
Okay.
So numerous gut issues from esophagus to intestinal, and effects from 3 aneurysm surgeries.
Okay.
I went to a brilliant chiropractor. My gut is a mess, including autoimmune. I'm taking cardiotrophin PGM, dermatrophin PGM, spleen PGM, leaky gut, and gastrics. I have IBS, GERD, esophageal spasms. That is enough. He says my digestion needs to be cleaned. Then we will go to the brain. Also, bladder issues, tested me for foods. I was there for 2 hours. What 1 or 2 oils do you suggest for the gut?
When you say bladder issues, what do you mean by bladder issues?
And you can type in privately and send over to me at Plant Prana Sam. If you have a hard time typing in chat, maybe we'll figure out.
Yeah.
I can direct you.
Yeah, because I'm going to have questions. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad to talk that through, but I am going to have questions.
If you type in and are able to
But we'll give them a little bit of time to type in. We'll take a little break and come back and
I love it.
let's do let's see, 5 after the hour. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. Hey, let's go ahead and come on back, and we're going to do a little bit more before we take a break for the day and work our way into tomorrow, where we're going to talk about some more involved protocols. But we got the information from the one person, and it was
Yeah, so
like urgency is what I was looking for. Is there?
yeah. So you would ask about the bladder, daytime frequency and nighttime incontinence.
Okay. So like with the one that has all the different digestive issues, there's 1 or 2 oils that I would say like start with. And I think the thing is to like produce a certain level of result before you kind of move on to, doing something that's more I don't want to say profound, but like more multifaceted. I kind of like to do it in steps. I mean, when you have such a serious issue, like it becomes easy just let's do a whole bunch of things and let's shotgun it and just throw everything at it. And I kind of do not like to do that. Sometimes you have to stair step some of the treatments, but it's usually like a systemic approach. It's not just throwing everything at it. And here I would say there's 2 things that I'd like to see you use. And you could get away with inhaling for most of it. One part I would do a little bit of internal, but first off would be marjoram. And here's the rationale. You got a bunch of different things going on with the digestive tract, and I mean, for whatever reason, this is a stress-plagued digestive tract. A lot of times when something's stress-plagued, it's not necessarily emotional stress. It's just a lot of physiological stresses that have happened over a period of time. It could be illness, could be infection, could be fatigue, could be emotional mental issue, like you had a incident where you had to quit your job or, stuff like that. Like, and over a period of time, they can catch up, as well as, deficiencies in the body, enzymes, bacteria, things like that. And so we want to undo the effects that this has had on the autonomic part of the nervous system, which is your involuntary part of your nervous system. That's the part that is like mostly stress plagued. And so the very first thing that I'd have you do, and you're not even really going to direct this anywhere, unless you wanted to do the thing like we did right before lunch, but you're just going to inhale marjoram. Like you could move your awareness to the digestive tract. You can move it to the body, but sometimes the frequency or the urgency to urinate, sometimes it can be a little bit of an infection, but a lot of times it's more neurological, and it's overactivated adrenals. Basically, your sympathetic part of your nervous system has too much tone, and the parasympathetic does not have enough. And so marjoram tones the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, and it diminishes some of the tone in the sympathetic part, allowing for there to be a balance. And so it's very calming, it's very soothing, it's very relaxing. It reduces spasms. It would reduce some of the tension in the gut, not completely, but some. But more than anything, it's going to pull you out of fight flight, or your body, I should say, out of fight flight, and tone the vagus nerve, which is tied to parasympathetic activity. Then I would use either ANS support, or you could use tarragon, but here I would use ANS support. I would probably use either ANS support or anise. And the reason being, the anise, tarragon tends to support the parasympathetic activity, which you're already kind of doing with the marjoram. The anise is going to help balance out those two sides. So it's going to balance the rest and repair with a fight flight. It's very good for reducing stress and things of that nature in the gut, rehabbing the gut. And, it has like an effect on stimulating digestion and all those kinds of things. And so that's the place that I would start. And, you can inhale just by putting your awareness on the gut, but the ANS support or the NS, I would probably take a couple of drops internally. I would start very slow and just make sure that it's tolerated well. I mean, I also go to like rosemary verbena or tarragon for the gut, but ANS support has all three. So like I would probably say, let's have you do ANS support rather than a single oil. So marjoram and ANS support, both inhaled, like we did before lunch, where you go to your gut and then to your spine, then to your gut and to your spine, and handle it like that. And then at least once a day, if not twice a day, a drop to 2 drops of ANS support in water, and eventually working your way up to 3 or 4 drops twice a day. I would do this for a while, and then after that, I'd say, let's reevaluate and see where you're at. And, there's definitely next steps, but I also don't want to overwhelm you with a bunch of next steps. And so we're looking for digestion to improve, less pain if there's any pain, more able to tolerate food, and more regular bowel movements, less abnormal bowel movements. But also the thing that I'm looking at is also with this treatment, would like to see if the urgency to urinate changes during the day. And, again, when the adrenals are super overactivated, the tendency is to empty out the bladder and the bowels so that you can run or fight. And so what that really kind of tells me is, there's other reasons why they could happen, but one of the big things, given all your digestive issues, is that you're probably heavily in the sympathetic state, and the parasympathetic is very diminished. I'd be curious about like quality of sleep, if you're sleeping well, able to fall asleep, if there's any other pain syndromes that you have going on, and where are they at, and just regulating that part of the nervous system, because a lot of it sounds like an out of balance autonomic nervous system, which is not something that we talk about very much in the US. Like that is more of a European thing, autonomic function. We don't really talk about very much. We look at it more from the point of view of symptoms rather than, hey, this is going on or that's going on, and we need to tone these things. And so I like the idea of what we're talking about for you. Yeah. And you let us know if you have questions about any of that, like shoot us an email or something. And, I think Samantha has got that stuff posted. And so contacting her is the quickest way to get a hold of it at the Plant Prana calendar.
I'll keep you posted if there's not anything else. Question, if I keep misplacing items just gone, is it more than brain fatigue, stress, sleep, awake often?
If you keep misplacing things, are you real busy at the time? Are you distracted? Or you just are doing things and you're not really able to remember where things are at?
And you can type into the chat or you can unmute
Yeah,
yourself.
basically,
I apologize, guys. You
yeah.
can now unmute.
I just noticed that I'm just blanking out at times. I really am. I just totally, in fact, I thought, did I really get money at the cash register? But, and this is at the market, but sometimes if you hit a button just twice, it'll just give you some money back out of your account. But I honestly caught myself a couple of times where I was just not registering. Did I
would say that that's potentially a little bit of brain fatigue. And so I would say a little bit of sage, like several drops on the wrist, like multiple times in a day, maybe an occasional salt bath with it, or like a body tonic with it. There's that component. And then also the use of basil, either inhalation or internal, to stimulate the like cognitive functions. And sometimes it could be like feeling overwhelmed. Sometimes it's like actually a little bit of like a confusion that can set in. Confusion I usually treat with petitgrain, the citrus leaves, petitgrain. That can be helpful, but I think with this probably more just treating a little bit of brain fatigue. That's how I know that I'm starting to have brain fatigue, is I start spacing out. I don't remember where I put stuff. I don't remember if I did something, stuff like that. And usually it's either I haven't been getting good sleep, I've been traveling a lot, or I've been doing so much that my brain is just like kind of fatigued and I kind of can't recall things. And so I firm it up with some sage. I take basil for a little bit and call it good.
Okay, we'll try this too.
Yeah. And if you feel that it's a little bit of confusion, because like confusion is like a different way of just saying overwhelmed. You're just not able to process everything. The sage should make it easier to process things. The petitgrain can also improve that. But I think the sage and the basil together, occasionally what this could be also is the kidneys need a little bit of work. Like the way that I look at it like this is like, like when somebody asks you a question and you just go like, I don't know how to think about it. I don't know how to think about it. I don't know how to think about it. Oh yeah.
Yes.
That can be a little bit of kidney function. Like the kidneys are not processing the fluid quite like they should, and they throw minerals off a little bit, and it just makes the mind like a little like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going, oh yeah, now I know what I'm doing. Like that kind of response. like with that, you just use like things that are good for stimulating kidney function, as well as eliminating some fluid. So lovage, parsley, juniper would work. I usually go parsley or lovage just because they stimulate proper kidney function, where juniper just makes you pee. Like it doesn't really stimulate better kidney function, where lovage and parsley do. So I would do that. I would maybe take some form of a diuretic like lovage or parsley, like maybe 3 drops internally, or like apply the body tonic to your body. Like if you apply the lovage body tonic, it cleans up the tissues, but it makes you pee a little bit. You know, it increases the flow when you urinate and the volume, and doesn't necessarily make you urinate more, but you definitely increase the volume and the amount. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But should I
Yeah.
start with the basil and the sage first and then?
I would still do I would still do those two. And then I would probably just, if you have it, I would add it in and get the ball rolling, but most likely that's that. One of the other things that I've used for that over the period of time, that last piece, instead of doing lovage or parsley, there's been times where I've treated that with Schizandra. And the reason being that the Schizandra, like we don't really have a term for this in Western medicine, but like in Chinese medicine, you would say that it transmutes water. And it just means that it helps the body utilize the water that you've taken in. And so sometimes it's not that we're not taking in enough, but our body's not utilizing it quite as much. And the Schizandra is very fortifying to the kidneys. It helps you utilize the water better. So then the kidneys can process it and then flush it out rather than just dumping it into the tissues. And the lovage will clean things up out of the tissue. The Schizandra will make the kidneys function better. Won't necessarily make you pee it out and all that, but it will make the kidneys function better so that it doesn't happen as much or again. And so definitely the sage and the basil in the first part. Second part, either lovage or lovage and Schizandra together. The Schizandra would need to be internal, by the way.
Internal for sure on that one.
Yeah. Like 2 or 3 drops. I would do it probably like right as you're going to bed, because it's very soothing and it can increase and improve your sleep.
Like heaven right there.
Mhm.
Okay. And I do have your parsley and in the where it's liquefied. I have that parsley. Would that be good to use at least?
Yeah. Just do that. Yeah.
And I'll order the other. Well, I have basil and sage, so I just need to order this Cassandra and maybe.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So really quick, the previous person was able to type in as well. So my brain was also diagnosed with memory issues. It improved greatly with pranic healing and Reiki. Would the sage and basil work for that?
It would. I was trying not to give you too much to do at once. Sage would definitely be in the mix of just fortifying you overall. Your entire body would reduce inflammation. It's very fortifying to different parts of the body, including the adrenals, and one of the best things for brain fatigue. And so you could do 6-8 drops to your wrist pretty easily on a daily basis. And so you could use basil as well. Basil would also help some of the gut things, but I also don't want to overwhelm you with a big laundry list of things to do. And so I think if you get the gut doing a little bit better, some of the memory stuff would probably, come back. But you know, a lot of the things that you use, like rosemary, verbena, one of the great ways to rehab a stress-plagued digestive tract also is a cephalic that moves blood to the head, and is one of the ways you rehab the brain. And so there are some of the things would actually overlap. So rosemary verbena is also in the ANS support. And so tarragon also good for the brain and good for the gut. And is, yeah, to a certain extent good for the brain, but more for the gut.
Just kind of keep it.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Laura.
So a friend of mine had a prostate removed 2 years ago and still has some urine leakage. Is there anything we can do for that?
Probably not. There's probably some herbal things, but essential oil wise, I don't think there's anything that prostate's out. Well, let me just look at something here real quick.
You got to think there was some nerve damage or something.
Yeah. Well, not to get too personal with your friend, but does he have like hemorrhoids and stuff as well, or do we know?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Varicose veins? Does he have varicose veins?
Not really.
I would probably give him Cypress. Like that would be my go-to thing. You know, Cypress is kind of an interesting thing. It's a bit of a detoxifier. It helps with various conditions. You know how we were talking about using it for pancreatic insufficiency earlier. But the thing with Cypress is, like if you're throwing up a lot, but it's not like a malignant condition, or you know, you have little bouts of like diarrhea here and there, but it's nothing that jumps out, and it's not really responding to anything. Basically, like when the body is just like leaking fluid, you know, of some sorts. Cypress is kind of a go-to thing. And it can help firm up the veins in and around the prostate area and the urinary tract. I mean, mastic does help with tissue integrity, but I don't think mastic's going to work here. The other one, it's a very specific eucalyptus called eucalyptus polybroct. And eucalyptus polybroct can be used when that area is congested and not functioning well, you know, the prostate area. And so, you know, you would have to make it into a massage oil and have him rub it like down on the area below his belt line, and not on the genitals, but like kind of in and around the genitals a little bit, like just that kind of crotch area, and do that daily. Where the Cypress you can do topically, or excuse me, the Cypress you can do internally, like 3 or 4 drops, maybe twice a day. And if it's going to work, it's going to work within a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would probably go that route just because it's going to be easier. He's more likely to do it. He's not going to have to rub something on his growing area. You can just take it and drink a glass of water. And so that's probably your best bet.
Okay, we'll try that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. You're so welcome.
Okay, sorry about that. Talking about making it into a massage oil, someone's actually asking about how do I do, I think it was a salt bath. And then because we do have new people, maybe let them know maybe how to do that, but also the top of the booklet.
Yeah, so the front part of the booklet, and any booklet that we put out, it has like different applications. And so like, how do you do a salt bath? A salt bath is there, but basically you put a pound of salt, just regular table salt, doesn't have to be anything fancy, in the bath, and then you add anywhere from like 10 to maybe 15 drops of the oil. I wouldn't do anything that's like hot or caustic. And in this particular case, you have to be a little bit careful with citrus oils because in hot water, they can become a little bit irritating to the skin. So, taking an orange bath or a mandarin bath might cause a little bit of skin irritation. You stand up, you dry off, it goes away, but still not comfortable. And so 10 to 15 drops in a bath, not super hot, but like a normal bath, warm bath. And then what was the other one? That and
So like the lotion.
yeah, so all the different applications, like how do you make an ointment or a lotion, or a massage oil. So an ointment versus a massage oil is an ointment is more concentrated with essential oils versus a massage oil, which would also be kind of like a lotion. That's why we have lotion, and then we have like what we call a TheraLotion, which is a bigger dosage of essential oils. And so for an ointment, you would do 20 to 30 drops per ounce of carrier. So if you're going to use like sesame oil, you would add 20 or 30 drops of the essential oil to that and then use it for spot application. For a massage oil, that's just a normal massage oil, I'd say 4 ounces of carrier and the same amount, like 20 to 30 drops of essential oil in the massage oil for like a whole body treatment. And so same would apply for lotions. It's easier to pre-mix it, but if you need to do it in your hand, like basically put like 6-8 drops and then about the equivalent of a tablespoon of oil and then mix it together and then apply it to where you want. That's a lot like an ointment application. And if you wanted less, you would just put a couple of drops in with that same amount and then rub it on like you would a massage oil or a lotion. And so yeah, the difference again being the amount of essential oil in an ointment versus a massage oil, or a lotion versus a TheraLotion. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, if you have any of these applications you want to check out, it's all at the beginning of the booklet, and we also have it on our blog. So you can just go and check that out.
Yeah, you can look it up in the blog, or if you flip through the front part of the booklet, it's like how to take things internally and why to take some things internally. Like there's a list of things: how to do a salt bath, how to do an ointment, how to do a liniment, how to do a diffuser, how to, it's all those kinds of things all listed up front. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Christine.
Hey, Laura.
Okay, Greg. I just talked to my 31-year-old who is an athlete. He's a big guy. He's 6'4", 210. And he's had gut problems since he was probably 13. And we've tried some different things in the past, but I heard some stuff today that I wanted to check with you. He has to drink huge amounts of water or else his stomach just gets tied in knots. He's, over the years, he's figured out that processed foods and dairy are not his friend. So he's figured out a whole bunch of stuff, but he drinks huge amounts of water. When earlier you were talking, I wrote down Three Wise Men, cinnamon, and palmarosa, and possibly the ANS support. Would that be where you would have me go with him?
Probably the ANS support, like when he's feeling his like gut in knots. Is it down by his belly button?
You know, I don't know. I know that it can cause diarrhea.
Okay. I suspect he has a little like mild form of colitis. And is he, like, you knowing, is he kind of hard on himself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I would say I'm probably 80% sure he's got colitis, because like that's almost like the personality type. Perfectionist, really super hard on themselves. It manifests in the gut. And so even like it usually starts to happen around teenage years. And I think you said like 13 is when it started?
Yep.
Yeah.
12 or 13.
So this is what I would do. You're not going to make the personality part go away. You know, it just is what it is. It's like he's striving to be better, but to the point where he's hard on himself, right? And so in the middle of a flare up, I would have him take yarrow internally. Yarrow or German chamomile. I usually use yarrow. Like 2 or 3 drops in water. He could do it a couple of times a day. And then from there, there's something right on the tip of my tongue. Let me look it up. In between all of that, you say he gets it like in knots, like he almost gets like a cramp.
I know that sometimes, like when he's exercising extremely hard, yes, I know that.
Okay, so this is what I would say. So the yarrow when there's a flare up, like when it gets like really upset, really painful, if he's starting to have a loose stool, if there's a little bit of blood in his stool, anything like that, it needs to be yarrow, right? Because yarrow is also a bit of an antispasmodic, but when it's not too bad, I would have him use rosemary verbena, again, internal, like all of these are going to be internal for him. But if we think that there's a lot of spasms that happen, like he knows that there's tension there, or like you use the term, like he gets tied in knots, I would actually switch from the rosemary verbena to clove. And clove will help with the colitis, but it will reduce the spasms in the gut. And unfortunately, it's probably something that he's just always going to have to kind of watch, you know, like that personality type tends to have this issue. And so it just is what it is. You know, we all got something that's kind of our thing or our struggle. And for him, it's probably going to be his gut. And so it needs to not get in the way, and it needs to not affect his performance, and, you know, it needs to not impact how he grows old. And so the yarrow for emergency, and then maintenance, either rosemary verbena, or if we think there's a lot of spasms, then clove. And he could rotate between the clove and the rosemary. You know, he could do both. A couple drops in water, you know, it's like an either or situation. Either he needs to be doing the rosemary verbena or the clove, but probably daily he needs to do one or the other.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. That should really help that quite substantially.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Christine.
Hey, Christine.
Hi, it's me again. I'm
Mhm.
on your plantpranaoils.com shop and looking at the cypress, and there's 3 different choices: cypress 10 milliliter, cypress wood, and cypress blue. Which one do I?
What was the last
She
one?
wants to know which cypress.
What was the last? Oh, the blue. Just the regular cypress, the cypress 10 mil.
And I'll post the link here in the chat for you. So, I mean, you see it right there, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just good old fashioned cypress. Nothing fancy here for that.
And then I know a lot of stuff gets typed in the chat, so I just want to make sure I verbally address this one because it's dear to my heart. I really appreciate the information in the newsletter each week on the specific oil. Is there an index or a place to find all of these in one place? And there is. It's our blog. So everything that we put in our newsletter, which is awesome, it does get over to our blog. Obviously, I'm biased. Greg's laughing at me. And we are this week even getting it indexed and categorized. So we have categories for the different things Greg has shared in the newsletter over the past 3 years. And so it's a lot of really great information. And so you'll be able to just type in the little search box and up shall pop that blog, including like how to use do a salt bath and just pretty much anything that's been in the newsletter as well. So, and it's going to keep updating and updating and updating for
But do,
you guys.
do you like the newsletter?
It's my favorite thing. Take a lot of joy making the weekly newsletter, guys. Just so you know. If you haven't talked to me ever, you didn't know that, but if you have ever talked to me, you know I love the newsletter. Quick follow-up as well with the cedar allergy. Took a very concentrated spikenard bath during break. On top of all the other stuff, no effect. Any other ideas? My nose has been running or sneezing almost nonstop for 24 hours now.
We were talking about Troy. Yeah. Troy, do you mind jumping back on?
No, hey.
Hey. So, okay, so you took a spikenard bath. You've been doing quercetin.
Rosemary verbena,
Rosemary verbena.
my wrists. The spikenard I've been doing neat on my wrists and ankles all week. When I got in the bath, I put some neat like on my arms and legs and on my spine. And then I put like probably 20-30 drops in the tub in my salt. Is that more of a just daily thing that like eventually?
Yeah, if it's not if it's not producing a result right now, like I don't know that it needs to be a daily thing.
I also did I ran to the store and got a neti pot and did like a salt neti rinse.
So is it all in the respiratory tract? Is it hitting your digestive tract at all, or?
I don't understand.
Like what are your symptoms?
It's just like a constantly running nose, or it's either running or I'm sneezing. And for, 2-3 weeks now, I'll have, stretches of an hour to 2 hours where it's just really intense. And then I'll get like a brief respite, but it's been pretty relentless. And then this last like two days have been really bad. Just kind of been throwing everything out. I've been doing a lot of like saline solution, just nasal spray to just try and keep as much of whatever the pollen is flushing out.
Let's explore some things that you have. Do you have Angelica?
I don't. I looked.
What about myrrh? Do you have myrrh?
I think so. Yeah. I'm checking. I have a little bit of 3 wise men left, and then I'm pretty sure I have some myrrh left straight.
Why don't you do about
a pretty fresh bottle of myrrh?
You do have it?
Yeah.
Do about 5 drops of myrrh and give it about 20 or 30 minutes, and then like text us back or email us back, and let me know how it's doing. It makes me wonder, like, Angelica a lot of times will turn off the runny nose. I don't know about the sneezing. The sneezing, I think, might be impacted by the myrrh. And so, because basically you have like a disturbance in the and not just autonomic function, but here in the vital centers. And so myrrh is kind of calming to it. Galbanum could be calming to it, but here I don't know that galbanum would hit it. I think myrrh will hit it, but the angelica is very fortifying to this. And let's have you take myrrh internally and then clean your spleen and energize it with red.
Okay.
That's not the color of angelica. Angelica, different colors, but you would use like maybe violet, but here I think you could use red. Your spleen is depleted. But, that goes along with allergies, that goes along with lymphatic issues. I mean, most people, their spleen's a little bit depleted, but yours is significantly depleted. And so the angelica would be to fortify that, but let's just try to do something energetically and see what happens before we rush around and have you start like ordering things and using things and not sure if it's going to work or not.
Okay. Light wedge green, light wedge violet, then energize with red.
Right.
Okay. I just took 5 drops of myrrh sublingually.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, we'll send us a thing because, we're going to be done here in just a few minutes. Send us the thing right after so I can like monitor and check on you.
Okay. Thanks so much.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Miss Peggy.
The retired respiratory therapist in me, and from personal experience, the alternate nostril breathing, I was told 25 3 times a day. I said, I don't have that kind of time. So, but it did opens up the airways and the turbinates, and if there's stuff has to come out. So something in addition to what you've already got him doing, alternate nostril breathing is going to be powerful for me.
Okay.
Just an idea.
Okay. That's great to know.
Just wanted to know which sage for mental clarity is suggested out of all the different ones on the site.
So you have several choices here. You could just do regular sage. You could do Spanish sage, Dalmatian sage, sage triloba. There's those sages, but we don't have them on the site. Like Blue Mountain sage, but it's fancy. Like I just stick with your bread and butter sages, like sage, Dalmatian sage, Spanish sage, somewhere in there. Clary sages won't work. Sacred sage would work, but not as well as the other ones, and is more expensive. Blue sage would work, but it's pricey. It's a very special sage that comes out of South Africa. I'd go to just a bread and butter sage. You're going to use a bunch of it. Don't make it fancy. Use it something that's you can do 8 or 10 drops in a day and not think twice about it. So regular sage, Spanish sage, Dalmatian sage.
Nice. Which mugwort? When you choosing mugwort.
So there's regular mugwort, then Artemisia is mugwort out of Nepal, and then the two are mixed together for mugwort supreme. So for any of the mugworts or processes that you're doing, any of it will work. The Artemisia tends to be a little bit of a higher note. Like it smells a little bit more, what would you say, like eucalyptus-y kind of?
Mm-hmm.
It smells a little like it has a higher note. People tend to like that smell a little bit better than regular mugwort, although I love me some regular mugwort. And the mugwort supreme is both of them mixed together. So if you can't decide, get the supreme. If you have a preference, then either mugwort or Artemisia, but any of them will work. You know, a lot of times, like chocolate root cleanser, for example, has both mugwort and artemisia in it. You know, it's basically like a lot of times when we're doing blends that have mugwort in it, I usually put both in there. So that's a big point for the Supreme.
Back to the geranium for throat, is unclear to me. Is it for sore throat pain?
No, inflammations. Yeah, so sore throat is something different. Sore throat is like a bacterial infection, impacted lymph nodes, something like that. That's why I think even when we were talking about, there was a little bit of like an inflammation isn't necessarily a sore throat. So a sore throat, like what you guys were asking, like the bay laurel or the turmeric or something of that nature, Monarda, if it's due to like gum issues, are all good for sore throats. But here it's simply an inflammation. Like, it's usually a byproduct of like allergies, or sometimes people just get weird inflammations in certain area. Like I think it was like a day or two ago, we were on a call and somebody had a little bit of a swollen tongue. Geranium is what you would use for that. Okay, let's I think we nailed the questions for today. We're going to be doing some other things tomorrow, but let's still do a little bit of a protocol. I kind of like the thing that we did, but let's do this. Like you pull out your, if you have it, marjoram or tarragon, rosemary, verbena, anise, even lavender. Yeah, ENS support if you have it. Yeah. Okay, and let's do that thing again. Check in with your gut. Feel your gut. Feel where you feel a heaviness or a tightness or some discomfort. And begin inhaling into that area. Keep inhaling into that area. And then check in with your spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? Go back to your gut. Feel it in your gut. Okay, in the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen is an energy center referred to as the front solar plexus. Even if you don't know where it's at, let's still utilize this energy center below your ribs on your upper abdomen. As you inhale, visualize brilliant white light going in to that area of your body. As you exhale, feel the tension leave your body. If you're visual, see dirty gray energy leaving your body. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Just in that upper abdomen area. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Continue this process. And now check in with your body. How does your body feel? Do you feel tension in your body as you did this process? Did your back tighten up? Did your spine tighten up? Your jaws, your shoulders? Wherever tightened up, inhale into that area of your body. Go back to your abdomen, check in with your abdomen. Wherever you feel it, breathe into it with the oil. And continue to breathe, but now you're on that front solar plexus area again. You're inhaling brilliant white light going in. You're exhaling tension and dirty gray. As you exhale, see the tension leave. Check in with your body. How did your body respond? Where do you feel it in your body? Inhale into those areas. And then move your awareness to the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area, the area below your shoulder blades in your mid back area. Inhale, brilliant white light coming in. Exhale, the dirty gray. All right, inhaling brilliant white light. Exhaling dirty gray.